Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Devices. Not that I'm aware of. All right, my bailiff just indicated. Yeah. Okay. We are present on 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534. State versus Ali. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. We are before the court on a continuation of trial. My understanding is that we have a new and or different interpreter this morning, and therefore I need to swear that interpreter in. If she would come forward, please. Up to the podium. Good morning. And do you have an oath on file with the Administrative Office of the Courts in Washington?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true interpretation to Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali of all things said in court, translating them to a language which they understand, and that you would repeat back any statements that they have for the court, translating them to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
And will you please state your name and credentials?
Sure. For the record, my name is Christine Fatouche, Fattouche, certified Arabic language interpreter.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues from the state this morning?
No, Your Honor, not from the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any preliminary issues this morning?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kading, do you intend to give an opening statement this morning, or do you intend to reserve?
I will give one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leary, any preliminary issues this morning?
Good morning, Your Honor. No.
And do you intend to give an opening statement or reserve?
I intend to give one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. As I told you on Thursday, what we are starting with this morning, we'll start with opening statements. So at this time, if you would please give your attention to Ms. Zoe as she makes an opening statement on behalf of the plaintiff, the state of Washington.
Get off of her. Let go of her. Somebody call the cops. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those were some of the frantic words from numerous Timberline High School students as they watched the defendant, Ihsan Ali, put his 17-year-old daughter, Fatima Ali, in a headlock at the inner city transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School. Those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched Mr. Ali compress Fatima's neck until her eyes rolled into the back of her head, until her face turned pale, and until she lost consciousness. And those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched the defendant, Zahraa Ali, who arrived at the bus stop scene later on, and rather than help her daughter, Mrs. Ali also put her hands and arms around her daughter's neck and compressed and squeezed until somebody was finally able to pull Fatima to safety. During the course of this trial for the next few weeks, you will hear from those students, and they will tell you the following. They will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, the students were going to the IT bus stop in front of Timberline High School after school let out for the day shortly after 2 p.m. They will tell you that when they got to the bus stop, they saw Fatima there, and they also saw her boyfriend, Isaiah, there. The students will tell you that as they were at the bus stop minding their own business and waiting for the bus to show up, Fatima's father arrived. And shortly after his arrival, an argument ensued between Mr. Ali and his daughter, Fatima. The students will tell you that during the course of that argument, Isaiah tried to help Fatima. And as a result of that, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. You will hear that Mr. Ali punched Isaiah so hard that it caused Isaiah when Mr. Wagner got out of his truck and then proceeded to help Mr. Denakola and the students. And finally, they were able to get Mr. Ali to release his grip from Fatima's neck. You will also hear that during that struggle, Mrs. Ali also showed up to the bus stop scene. And you will hear testimony from witnesses that rather than helping her daughter in that situation, Mrs. Ali also proceeded to wrap her arm around Fatima's neck and was compressing her neck, causing Fatima to have difficulty to breathe until somebody was able to pull Fatima to safety. Another witness you will hear from is Fatima herself. And during the trial, she will tell you many things. She will tell you about the relationship she had with her parents. And she will also tell you that in the early morning hours of October 18th of 2024, Fatima decided to run away from home. And she's going to tell you the reason why she ran away from home. Fatima will tell you that later that day she went to Timberline High School, the school that she used to attend, and she spoke with her former counselor. Fatima will also tell you that her plan was to board the inner city transit bus so she can go to Haven House, which is a youth residential shelter. Fatima will tell you that after she got to the bus stop, she saw that her father also arrived at the bus stop. After her father arrived at the bus stop, Mr. Ali started to yell at Fatima to try to get her to go home with him. Fatima will tell you that she told her dad that she didn't want to go home at that time. And she will also tell you that a struggle ensued, and when Isaiah, her boyfriend, tried to help her, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. Fatima will tell you that after Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face, he then proceeded to grab her and wrap his arm around her neck. She will tell you that after that, things became a little bit blurry and a little bit hazy for her, and she doesn't remember much about what happened after her father put his arms around her neck because she eventually lost consciousness. Fatima will tell you that when she came to, she saw that her mother was also on the ground with her, and rather than helping her, her mother at one point also wrapped her arms around Fatima's neck, which caused Fatima to have difficulty breathing. Fatima will tell you that at some point, somebody was able to pull her up from the ground, and after that, she and Isaiah ran into the Timberline High School building to seek safety and shelter. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the school employees, and they will tell you about a no trespass order that was issued against Mrs. Ali, prohibiting her from being inside Timberline High School. They will also tell you about a no contact order that was issued prohibiting Mrs. Ali from having any contact with Isaiah, from having any contact with Isaiah's place of residence, and from having any contact with his school, which was Timberline High School. The school employees will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, a little bit after when school let out at approximately 2 p.m., a frantic and scared Fatima and Isaiah ran into the front office area. And they will tell you that when Fatima ran inside, she was screaming, "My dad tried to kill me." The school employees will tell you that shortly after Fatima and Isaiah ran into the building, Zahraa Ali also ran into the building. The employees will tell you that knowing that Zahraa could not be there, they tried to get Zahraa to leave. Eventually, after Zahraa left the school building, the school employees placed the school on lockdown for the safety of the students. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the law enforcement officers from the Lacey Police Department, and they will tell you about the investigation that they conducted in this case. They will tell you about the individuals that they interviewed, and they will also tell you about the video footage of the bus stop incident that they received and collected as part of this case. You will in fact get to see the videos for yourself during the course of this trial. And finally, another set of witnesses you will hear from are the medical professionals from Providence. And they will tell you about the effects of strangulation on the human body. They will also tell you about the injuries that they observed on Fatima. You will hear that Fatima had abrasions, she had bruising, and she also had petechia on her neck and on her face. And the medical professionals will also tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima was also diagnosed with a condition called pneumomedium sinum, which is in essence when air leaks out of your lungs into other parts of your body. And the medical professionals will tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima ended up being admitted to the hospital for several days. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there will be lots of evidence that will be presented during this trial. You will see lots of photos and you will see many videos. I also ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of the witnesses from the witness stand, because what you will not get when you go back to deliberate is that you will not get their taped statements, you will not get medical records that were in this case, and you will not get the police reports in this case. So I ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of witnesses. And then at the end of this trial, my co-counsel, Heather Stone, will come back before you and deliver her closing argument. And at the end, we ask that you return a verdict of guilty on all charges against both Mr. Ihsan Ali and Mrs. Zahraa Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Kading as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mr. Ali.
Hey, good morning. A couple of things. This case is about October 18th of 2024. October 18th, 2024 was not a day like any other day. You're going to hear from witnesses about what happened that day. I'm going to tell you the day started early, about 4 a.m. You're going to hear Fatima say that she left her house. She ran away from home. She didn't tell anybody. She had never said anything about leaving home. She knew for a fact she was going to be traveling later that day. She didn't talk to her parents about what was happening in terms of her not wanting to go. She didn't make any complaints to them. She just got up early and left the house. Her parents, concerned when they woke up, they called the police and made a report that she had run away. They went out and looked for her. They talked to the police throughout the day. You're going to hear from Officer Hang, who's going to say, yeah, he talked to them throughout the day. They were never told one thing about where she was that day. You're going to hear she was at Timberline High School for most of the day. You're going to hear that she had told people she had run away. But you're also going to hear they never relayed that information to the parents. You're going to hear that Mr. Ali went to the school to look for her. You're going to hear that he was sitting in his car waiting after school to see if he could see her come out. And you're going to see that he saw her. What you're also going to hear is from Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams saw Mr. Ali's truck before Mr. Ali saw him. And he said to his friend, when he saw him sitting there, before anything had happened, he said, be ready. It's an unusual statement, but that's what he said. You are going to hear that Mr. Ali had a conversation with his daughter about coming home. He was not yelling, not out of anger at that point. And you're going to hear that Isaiah and Fatima started struggling. Isaiah inserted himself into the situation. He got between mother and daughter. He was going to be, as a 16-year-old kid, the person making decisions apparently in this case. You're going to hear him testify that he was punched. But you're going to watch video in this case. And it's very important, the video in this case, because this incident was captured on video in its entirety. People are going to testify to different things, but I want you to be careful about what they say versus what you see. They're different, and you're going to see that. I'm going to ask you to take careful notes of what people say, and I'm going to ask you to carefully watch the videos that are going to come up here. And I'm going to ask you to compare them. You're going to see that credibility is an issue in this case. People don't always remember what's going on. Fortunately for Mr. Ali and his wife in this case, it's on video. People relayed to the police what they said happened. It's different than what's on the video. So I want you to pay close attention to everything. Next thing we're going to talk about is the medical in this case. You've heard that Fatima had some abrasions, some petechia, those sort of injuries. And you're also going to hear about this pneumomediastinum. Okay? This condition is when you have air in your cavity of your chest. And it happens in different ways. And you're going to hear two main ways it happens. One is puncture injuries. In this case, there was no puncture injury. The other way that it happens is if you have blunt force trauma, the most common way, likely what happened in this case. Blunt force trauma, as is explained, and the doctors will tell you, causes this injury because if you hold your breath and then you hit the ground, your lungs are like a balloon. And if you hit the ground, sometimes that balloon will pop. So if you hold your breath, it's going to pop. If your mouth was open when you hit the ground, it's not likely to cause any problems because the air would just expel out your mouth. The other thing you're going to note in this case is nudo mediastinum is not a life-threatening injury. You're going to be told that it's a condition that you can get and it needs to be monitored for some time and see if it resolves. You're going to hear the doctors tell you that by 8:43 a.m. the next morning they did a chest x-ray of Fatima and the condition had resolved. It was not life-threatening. It was not something they monitored after that point. There was no evidence of it occurring other than for one incident. Likely blunt force trauma, which you'll see in the video, could have been caused in numerous ways. One of them falling to the ground, which is interesting because you're going to see in the video that they didn't really fall to the ground. You're going to see that Isaiah Williams attacked Mr. Ali. Him and Fatima were knocked to the ground after hitting a tree. Knocked to the ground where punching and kicking occurred. You're going to see 42 punches, 3 kicks to the head, all done by Isaiah Williams and his friends to Mr. Ali. So, what I'm going to tell you is, I want you to pay close attention. I want you to listen to the evidence. I want you to weigh the evidence. And I want you to compare what people say to what you see. There's going to be a lot of issues that come up in this case that you'll hear. I'm not going to lay everything out for you now, but you'll know when it happens that if you're taking notes, you're paying attention, you're going to see at the end of this case that Mr. Ali is not guilty of the crimes he's charged with. The state is not going to be able to prove to you what's happened. That's their obligation. So pay attention, take notes. At the end of the case, we're going to come back and sum things up, and we're going to ask you to find Mr. Ali not guilty.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Larry as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mrs. Ali.
Thank you, Counsel. Good morning. When asked what happened with her mom on October 18, 2024, the incident outside of Timberline High School captured on the bus video, Fatima Ali, 17, will tell you, I don't think that my mom was trying to hurt me. I think that she was trying to protect me from the chaos. She appeared worried. She appeared scared. She was worried for me. There is one word that you will hear likely throughout the testimony of these witnesses, one observation that you will probably attach to this incident when you watch the video, and that is chaos. Absolute and utter chaos on a small patch of land next to the bus stop outside of the high school. Now, fortunately, in 2024 and 2025, you are not going to have to rely exclusively on the testimony of teenagers and adults trying to describe for you what they saw in that chaotic moment, what they were focused on, what they happened to see, what they believed they saw. Because in addition to their testimony and their personal observations, you will have the opportunity to compare, contrast, and analyze numerous videos. We are fortunate that the transit bus was pulling up for its stop to pick up its kids on its normal run of the day. And being 2024, that bus was outfitted with approximately 8 cameras, front, back, right side, left side, inside. Now, there are certain cameras that are more valuable to this analysis, certainly the front-facing one, because the bus driver, who you're going to likely hear from first today, will tell you what he saw how he stopped the bus, and he will walk you through what that camera shows and what we can see. Now, video doesn't capture everything. We all know that. But it provides a baseline. It tells us timing. It tells us who is visible when people arrive on the scene. Now, we are focused on October 18th. That day began at 4 o'clock in the morning. See, my client had a trip planned to travel with her daughter and her younger sons. What my client didn't know is that her 17-year-old daughter did not want to travel with her mom. Despite the decision to simply abandon this trip, she never communicated to her mom. She never communicated to her dad, hey, do I really have to go? I don't know that I really want to go. Can we do something else? Are there alternatives? Instead, she ran away, 4 o'clock in the morning. Didn't have a large amount of money on her, didn't leave a note, didn't tell her parents where she was going, what her plans were, or who she intended to be with. Understandably, Mom and Dad were worried. Their response is they drove around Olympia looking for her. Fatima will tell you that throughout the day, on various occasions, she could see her dad's truck, and before he noticed her, she would hide, get out of view. At the end of the day, or towards the late afternoon, there's the incident at the bus stop. She sees her dad approaching. She lets Isaiah know. Isaiah will tell you that he told his friends, there's her dad, get ready. It's not exactly clear what they're getting ready for, but that is what is said. Now, the state got up an opening, and this will be, throughout trial. We have different perspectives, different takes, different things that get focused on. The state said that there would be testimony that Mr. Ali ran up angry and was upset and yelling. You'll also hear Fatima describe her dad. That he walked up, he was talking in a quiet voice. He wasn't yelling, he wasn't screaming. There's the confrontation, and you will see that the bus video captures it, not from the outset, but very close to the outset. You will see the actions of Mr. Ali, Isaiah, his friends, the people standing by, their daughter. You see the bus driver stop. He gets out, attempts to intervene. You will then see the passersby who then stop, attempt to intervene, separate, and hold Mr. Ali on the ground. Around this time, you will then see my client, her mom, come and attempt to help her daughter. Now, we have the video from the bus. There's additional cell phone videos that you will see. You will see her. She is holding onto her daughter. She's not holding onto her neck. Fatima describes her mom as saying, my daughter, my daughter. You will see Fatima's eyes wide. She is just gathering her wits after this whole chaos and melee when she is under her dad. Her dad is being punched and kicked repeatedly while on top of her. She's in the arms of her mom. Isaiah is attempting to remove her from the scene, hold her away from her mom, and eventually they run into the school. I don't believe that my mom intended to harm me. She was just trying to get me away from the chaos. She looked worried. She was simply saying, my daughter, my daughter. So, what does my client do? She leaves her husband behind. She runs into the school. Where's my daughter? Where's my daughter? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the accusations against my client. For what she did, attempting to hold her daughter, in the state's eyes, is the allegation of attempted murder. It is that act that is the allegation of assault in the second degree and unlawfully imprisoning her 17-year-old daughter. My client is charged with burglary in the second degree for going into the school to try to find her daughter. Finally, she is charged with a violation of a protection order that she had been served 2 days before that said that she could not have contact with Isaiah, her daughter's boyfriend. You will hear from the officer who served her that order. You may or may not see the video of that interaction. As you probably surmised, my client is not an English speaker. She is served with an order that says that she is to stay away from Isaiah Williams. The officer tells her you can't have contact with him, you can't reach out to him. The order and all of its peculiarities is written in English. My client doesn't read English, she speaks Arabic. She knows some English. The purpose for being there that day was not to have contact with Isaiah, it was to locate her daughter. This case, there's no winners. I appreciate you taking the time and the service to be here and to listen intently. And I'm confident, particularly with the benefit of the video and listening to the witnesses, you will reach a just decision and conclude that my client is not guilty of the allegations alleged by the state of Washington. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. The state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls John Denakola.
Come forward, please. You come up here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Denakola.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is John Denakola. Last name is spelled D as in David, Enicola.
And Mr. Denakola, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I work with Inner City Transit. I was formerly a coach operator. I'm now a transit ambassador.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I was formerly a coach operator, bus driver.
What's a coach operator?
That's a bus driver.
Oh,
I
okay.
operate the buses.
Okay.
And now I'm a transit ambassador.
You said a transit ambassador?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a new program.
And did you have a normal route that you drove when you were the coach operator?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That would have been the Route 68.
And what about in October of 2024? Were you driving that same route at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where does Route 68 go?
Route 68 departs from Lacey Transit Center on Golf Club and 6th, and it goes down Carpenter Road and then down Mullen Road to Ruddle Road and heads over to the mall, Capitol Mall.
Okay, so based on that Route 68, are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, it is.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working in October of 2024?
The shift I was working, well, I actually worked from about 8:40 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon.
And were you working that normal shift on October 18th, 2024, then just after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time during your shift?
Yes, it did.
And whereabouts was this event occurring?
At the transit bus stop right outside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is the activity like at that bus stop? You said it's a transit stop, so it's not a school bus stop. So who are your clientele, so to speak?
Right. It's just a regular bus stop on the side of the road, and when I come through there, usually I'm supposed to get there right about 2 o'clock-ish, 2:05, and whenever I pull up to this, I always pick up high schoal students, an occasional adult or two.
Okay. So is it busier than, say, during the week versus on the weekend?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as you're pulling up to that stop, Mr. Denakola, what do you initially see? What do you initially observe?
As I was approaching the stop, I noticed there was a commotion going on right at the bus stop itself. It looked like a fight going on.
Okay. And did you see who was involved in that fight, whether they were adults or children or something else?
Initially, I thought it was just teenagers being rowdy, but as I got closer to the stop, I noticed it was actually a grown man fighting with some teenage students.
Okay. And when you say a grown man, what does that mean to you, like approximate age-wise?
I'd say approximately probably 40s, early 40s, late 30s.
Okay. And when you say fighting with students, what specifically did you see, or what does that mean to you?
They were throwing punches at each other.
Okay. And did you see him do anything other than throw a punch at someone?
Yes, while they were fighting, while the punches were being thrown, he did lay a punch onto the male student who fell back. And at that time, the adult actually grabbed this female student.
And when you say grabbed her, what do you mean by that?
He grabbed her by, from the front, spun her around, and then put a chokehold on her.
And what happened next?
They fell to the ground, and he held her. A couple of other students came running over, and they were hitting him, trying to get him to stop.
And where are you when this is occurring?
I was in my driver's seat. I had just fully stopped at the bus stop.
Okay. Well, did you do anything or have any immediate response while you're still in the bus?
Yes, I did. As soon as I noticed the fight going on, I noticed he was an adult. I started honking the horn in hopes of getting his attention and possibly getting him to stop.
Was that successful?
It was not successful.
So what happened next?
So I secured my bus by putting a neutral, engaging the emergency brake, and I went out there and confronted the man while he was on the ground holding the female student. And I told him, let her go. And I believe I said it probably 2 or 3 times, let her go.
And how did you say that?
I yelled it. I said, let her go, let her go.
And did he?
He did not.
So what happened next?
When he wouldn't let her go, I bent over, I reached, and I released his grasp. He was not letting go. I had to forcefully remove his grasp from her. When she was free, somebody grabbed her.
I'm going to have you pause. That's okay. I'm going to have you pause for a second. And when you say you were releasing his grasp, what do you mean by that? What does that mean to you?
Well, as he was holding her, he was clutching his arm, and he was choking her. I noticed her eyes rolling into the back of her head. So right there, as I grabbed his hand and I pulled it off, was able to spread his arms apart, and that's when she got free.
Okay. Why were you telling the man to let her go?
Because obviously she was in distress. Her eyes were rolling into the back of the head. You can tell she was not able to breathe. The look on his face and the way he was squeezing, he was choking her.
And was there anyone else there besides you, the young woman, and the man that you've described?
There were several students around. Once I released his grip from her, another gentleman did come running across, and I believe he kneeled on the adult's chest. But I really, the whole time I was mainly focused on him and the female student.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other adult women in the area?
I did notice one that caught my eye, and that was mainly because she had her phone out and she was recording, and the male student that he originally had punched away slapped the phone out of her hand and said, "You don't even know what's going on here."
Okay.
Objection as to hearsay.
Sustained.
Mr. Denakola,
Court instruct the jury to disregard.
I've sustained the objection. The jury will disregard the very last portion of the witness's answer related to what someone said.
Mr. Denakola, if I specifically ask you to relay a statement, then do so. But if I don't, do not. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Denakola, when you saw, or you and the crowd, so to speak, were able to get the young female released from the adult male, where was that young male, if you recall, the initial male that got punched?
He was standing at her feet from when she was laying down.
Okay. And where did the young female go, if you saw, after she was removed or released from the older male that had been choking her?
She was moved over about, say, about 5 feet away from where the adult male was laying.
And was she standing up on the ground? Do you remember?
Yeah, she was still on the ground, and somebody was holding her.
Okay. And when you talked about the adult female with the phone, and were there any other adult females present?
The person holding her on the ground appeared to be an adult female.
Okay. Can you describe how either the woman holding her on the ground appeared or the woman with the phone appeared?
I cannot describe the woman on the ground, because I really didn't focus on her. But the one standing up that was holding the phone, she was wearing, I don't know how to describe it. It's when they wear the black, like the Muslims wear. I'm not sure what it's called though.
Okay. So like a headscarf or a head covering of some sort?
Exactly, and covering. I believe it was covering her face as well.
Okay. And when the adult male, the other adult male came over, and I know we're using adult male and adult female a lot. Do you know any of these individuals?
I do not personally.
The male that came over and assisted by holding down the man who was choking the younger female, did you see where he came from?
He came out of this a pickup truck that pulled into the turning lane, to that turn lane that goes into the high school parking lot.
Okay. What did you do once that male came and I think you used the phrase was kneeling on the 40-year-old or man in his 40s on the ground? Where did you go, or what did you do next?
I stood up, and the other students that were around the area kept yelling, "Call the police, call the police." So I pulled out my phone, but a student that was standing pretty close to me, I can hear the 911 operator saying the police are on their way. So I just looked, and the female, I thought she was fine, and the male was being detained. So I went back to my bus so I can get the bus out of the way for the first responders to get in.
And when you say you thought the young female was fine, did you ask her any questions? Did you look at her or have any time, I would say, significant time or attention paid to her?
Yes, when I looked over towards her, she was looking at the younger male student. She was looking right at him, whispering something, because it was whispering, it was kind of raspy, so I couldn't make out what she was saying to the young male. And then somebody was holding her, I believe, holding her around her waist. So I wasn't 100% sure what she was saying, but
Did you pay significant attention to it?
I did.
And about how long did you look at that before getting up to leave?
Probably about 15 to 20 seconds, approximately.
And what about the male that had been on the ground during all of this? Was he saying or doing anything while he was choking the female?
No, he did not say a word.
And this may sound like an obvious question, but how could you tell what he was doing was actually choking the female?
It's the position of his arm, the way it was around her neck, and you can see the tension in his hands, and also the reaction from the young female. She wasn't able to say anything. You can tell she could not breathe, and just by the fact that her eyes started to go into the back of her head was telling me that she was being choked.
And what was that male's demeanor? Meaning, was he awake and conscious? Was he talking? How did he appear to you in terms of his physical demeanor?
I don't recall him saying anything, but his eyes were wide open, and he was focused at his task at hand. He was focused on what he was doing and nothing else.
What about the strikes that you've described from the teens that were standing around? Were those effective in any way?
Not really, actually. The punches that the young adult was swinging did not have very much of an effect on the adult male.
Do you want to make a approach?
You may.
Mr. Denakola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Mr. Denakola, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, I do.
What are those, sir?
These are aerial photos of the area around Timberline High School.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits 1 through 4.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibits 1 through 4 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
I'll take those back from Mr. Thank you. And Mr. Denakola, can you just orient us, please, to, we'll give that a moment to,
Can you indicate what exhibit you're publishing, please?
yes, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1. Give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. And actually, there it goes. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to give you a pointer. That button is the cursor up top. You have to hold it for a second before it connects. You see?
Okay, thank you.
Some button to circle. Mr. Denakola, we're looking at State's Exhibit 1. Can you please describe to the jury the area that we're looking at?
Yes. Okay. So right over here, this is the Timberline High School.
And so just for the record, Mr. Denakola, remember that everything we're doing is written in a record. So I would ask you to describe on the photograph itself where you're pointing. So you identified building about upper center of that photograph, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Upper center, and then about On the bottom center of the photograph is our transit stop, and you can see it by the little bus symbol there,
Okay.
and that's Mullen Road.
And that's Mullen Road there?
Yes.
Is Mullen Road one-way, two-way? What kind of road is Mullen Road?
Mullen Road is a two-way street, 2 lanes, one lane in each direction.
Are there turn lanes associated with Mullen Road?
There is, let me get this over here. There's a turn lane right by the bus stop here at the lower center.
Okay.
And it's a left turn lane to get into the parking lot.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit 2, and what are we looking at here, sir?
This is a closer zoomed in photo of aerial view of the Timberline High School area, with the bus stop now at the lower left-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 3, what are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
It's a wider photo of the same area at Timberline High School with the bus stop now right in the center of the screen, showing that both lanes of Mullen Road and a parking lot that is right across the street was showing on the bottom left corner of the screen.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4.
And this is a much closer shot of the bus stop itself in front of the Timberline High School, which is shown kind of left center of the bottom screen here with Mullen Road on the side as well.
And Mr. Denakola, when you stopped your bus, where did you stop and park that bus at compared to this photograph?
The bus will pull up, and right over here we have the bus stop sign. We call that a lollipop because there's no bench or no shelter. So the front bumper of the bus would usually stop right about here,
Okay.
which is on the bottom left-hand screen, just left of the little bus symbol.
And the incident that you have described to the jury, where on this photograph did you observe those events taking place?
When I first approached, the commotion was happening right next to our I call it the lollipop, the bus stop itself, the bus stop sign, which is right here at the lower left part of the screen is where it all started, where I came in and saw it, I mean.
Did it stay in that location or did it move?
It did not. As the fight progressed, it actually moved back further west on Mullen, just about 10 to 15 feet away from my bus stop sign.
Do you recall where about you made contact with that group once you exited your bus?
Yes, it was right about there, about 10 to 15 feet away from the bus stop sign itself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Denakola, do you recall what I know you've described the teenagers at the scene as throwing strikes, throwing punches while the man was choking the young female. Do you recall what their demeanors were at the time?
The teenagers?
Yes.
They were excitable. They were screaming, so they appeared to be scared.
When you described the young female as being in the arms of the older female, did you see exactly where her arms were on her?
Not exactly, because again, I really didn't focus that much on her.
I know you indicated that you had moved your bus for law enforcement to be able to come in. Did you see law enforcement or hear law enforcement arrive?
Yes, I did. Just before I departed the stop, I could hear sirens faintly in the distance. And as I drove away and I approached got closer to Ruddle Road, so between the high school itself and the cemetery is where I saw a Lacey police car coming down eastbound on Mullen Road.
Okay, and how long would you say total you were on scene of this incident or at the bus stop before getting back into the bus and restarting your route?
It felt like a few minutes. I really wouldn't be able to say exactly how long.
Okay. And what did you do upon getting back in your bus? What happened next?
When I got on the bus, I told these kids that were right outside the bus, okay, come on, let's go. The police are on their way. And I made sure all the kids, they got on the bus, and I shut my doors and I drove off.
Okay, at any point did you make a report into law enforcement or your agency?
Yes, I did. As I drove away, and I was trying to make sense in my mind as what's going on, I did request a call back from my dispatch so I can report what had happened.
Okay. And did you make a report to your dispatch about what happened?
Yes, I did. I made a report over our radio, two-way radio, and informed them what I had witnessed and what I had done.
Did you finish your route that day then?
I did not finish my route.
Why not?
Another supervisor, we call them the road supervisors, they're out on the road driving around, called me on the bus. He asked me to wait for him once I arrived at Tumwater Square. When I got to Tumwater Square and I waited for him, when he arrived, he asked me how was I doing. I told him I was okay. He asked if I could finish my route. I said I should be able to. He said, no, your voice is shaking, your adrenaline's pumping, I don't think you should finish this route. So they brought a relief out there for me, and he drove me back to the shop, and I had to write a report as to what happened, and then they let me go home.
Okay. How long have you been driving buses for IT?
13 years.
Are you aware whether those buses have any video surveillance or cameras associated with them?
Yes, they do.
And where are those cameras located, if you know?
We have about 6 cameras inside the bus recording all the activities going on, and then I believe we have about 4 of them on the outside of the bus.
And when you say on the outside, where are the ones on the outside pointed or directed?
We have 2 up front that are, one's pointed out in front, seeing the road and everything in front of the bus. The other one that's up front is pointed at the driver itself. And then we have 2 one on each side that sees everything going on the sides of the buses.
And how does that camera record? Meaning, is that something that is manually operated by you? Is it something that just runs whether the vehicle is on or off, or something else?
The cameras are continuously running while the bus is running. When we first start them up in the morning, it takes about 3 minutes before the hard drive warms up, and then the cameras come live, and they will stay on for the entire shift, as long as the bus is continuously running.
What about when you turn the bus off?
When the bus turns off, the cameras stay on for about another 2 hours after the bus is turned off.
And where is that bus footage recorded or maintained?
The recordings on the bus, actually, there's a hard drive on the bus where it's recorded onto the hard drive itself, and that's where they stay.
So if you want to access that footage, do you have to access it from the bus directly, or is there another means for gathering it?
They can pull the hard drive off of the bus, but if the bus is still in service, they can remotely upload the footage.
And when you say they, who is they?
That would be we have supervisors that are responsible for pulling videos for any sort of an event, and they have the technology up at the office, and they can just tap right into the bus, and it just uploads the videos.
What is the purpose of having cameras on the bus?
They're mainly for safety reasons,
Safety for who?
for passengers and for the driver.
if that footage is pulled or it's accessed, how does one get a copy of that footage?
In order to get a copy of any kind of footage on any of our buses, you have to submit what's called a public records request. And you can just go online to innercitytransit.com and you can fill out the request there.
And so if that footage is pulled, do you know how long it's stored or maintained for?
If footage is pulled because of an event or if it's been requested, they keep them for, I believe it's 3 years. They will keep them.
Do you have any ability to edit or modify that camera footage in any way?
No, I do not.
Would you know how to do that if that was an option to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you ever had to review camera footage from your bus before?
Yes, I have.
About how often?
I'd probably review footage about 3 to 4 times a year.
And in those instances, did that footage appear to be true and accurate reflection of those events as you recalled them occurring?
Yes.
Is there anything about your prior interactions with the bus's video system that would make you doubt the accuracy of that footage or that it had been manipulated in any way?
No.
On October 18th, 2024, was the bus you were driving equipped with the camera system you've described previously?
Yes, it was.
And was that camera system recording and operating in the same fashion that you've previously described?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware whether your bus's video surveillance system captured any footage of the incident in this case about which you've been testifying?
Yes, it did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that footage prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And based on your review of that footage, did it appear to you to be a true and accurate reflection of the events or a portion of the events as they appeared to you as they occurred on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
You may.
Mr. Denakola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Ask you to review that silently to yourself, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
There's a thumb drive that has the video showing all shots from the camera footage from that day of the event.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because after I viewed it, I initialed and dated the tag on the thumb drive.
And when and where did you have an opportunity to review that thumb drive specifically prior to today to confirm the contents of it?
I reviewed it this past Saturday on July 12th back in the prosecutor's office.
And based on your review of State's Exhibit 34, did that appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of footage of your bus's video cameras capturing those events from October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
34 shall be admitted. You may publish.
Do you want this back?
Okay, Mr. Denakola, I'm gonna start first with all of the views. I'm gonna ask you to orient the jury to what they're looking at on State's Exhibit 34. Can you explain kind of what the video setup looks like here, please, sir?
Yes.
So just orient the jury if you don't mind. What are we
Okay.
looking at in terms of that setup?
On the setup is all the camera angles that are on our buses. On the upper left-hand corner is the camera that's right above the driver's seat. Right next to that is the front portion of the passenger seating area. Next to that one is the rear area. Then we have the rear exit door. The one behind that one, that is a side of that's the curb side of the bus camera. The bottom left corner is showing the rear of the bus seating area. The one next to that is our street side camera. Next to that one is again another angle of the rear seating area of a bus. Then second to last, we have the angle showing the driver's side window. And the last one is the front camera, front view.
Okay, so if we're working our way through these camera systems, at the very top of the screen, is there a navigation pane?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and if I click down on that navigation pane, what does that do?
That'll show all the different camera angles that you can choose.
So if you wanted to see, for example, just one camera angle, is it fair to say you would click off all of the other views?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you wanted to watch only two camera angles, you would just have those two playing and click off any other views that you didn't want to see.
That is correct.
Okay. And at the very bottom, what are we looking at the navigation pane on the bottom underneath each of those camera views?
Those are the timestamps.
Okay, what about above the timestamp first?
Above the timestamp.
So if you
Are you
have
talking
the
about-
arrows going in multiple directions, what are those?
Those are the play button, reverse button, and pause buttons.
Okay, and underneath of that, do you have the ability to watch something in normal speed, a slower speed, or a faster speed?
Yes, you do. Right underneath the buttons, there's another drop-down arrow where you have the option of choosing the speed that you want it to play at.
Okay, so if you clicked on that, you could see those, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the front audio button here, what is that?
That's telling you which speaker that you're listening to at that time. And there, at this time, it's clicked onto the front audio.
Okay, and you talked about the date timestamp at the bottom. Is that this white block here?
Yes, it is.
And what about this green block and the green bar running across the bottom? What are we looking at there?
That's the timeline. It follows the video as it's playing, so it lets you know exactly what time you're watching the video at.
Okay. So if we click on the road view specifically, what view is that?
That one is the front of the bus, facing outward in the direction that the bus is traveling.
Okay. So if I double click on that, it gets big, correct?
That is correct.
Do these all, as I unclick those buttons to watch the front view, or the road view, excuse me, are all of those cameras running simultaneously? Meaning, are they all the contemporaneous views, so they're synced with each other?
Yes, they are. They all run at the same time.
Okay, so Mr. Denakola, I'm gonna play State's Exhibit 34, the road view, and is that identified in this upper left-hand corner here of the video?
Yes, it is.
Is that the same for each of those videos?
That it is.
Okay. And then I have some questions to ask you after this is done, okay?
Yes.
And playing it in normal speed, is that correct?
Yes.
Timberline High School.
stopping the video at 2:16. Maybe. There it goes, 2:16:11. Is that where you've driven away from the events that occurred?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does the video go on to just capture more of your drive?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mr. Denakola, what view now is, I'm gonna ask to reshow 34, please. What view are we looking at now?
That's the curbside camera on the bus.
And
Sure.
so that, the side that pulls up to the stop itself?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, whoever is playing something needs to step outside the courtroom immediately, please.
Mr. Denakola, this starts at what time is on the date timestamp? Starting from the beginning of the video, but what time is that?
It's 2:12 and 52 seconds.
And is that the same with all of the videos for the time start?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I started playing that at stopping at 21603. Mr. Denakola, do you recognize anyone in any of those views that we've watched so far?
Yeah.
Who do you
Yes.
recognize?
See my my reflective vest, high visibility vest that we have to wear, so you can see that. And I'm the only one on the bus that was wearing one, so that's
Okay.
how I can tell that was me.
Who else do you recognize, if anyone?
And I also recognized the gentleman that was holding him down.
Okay. We're gonna watch a couple more, and then I've got some more questions for you, okay?
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think it's about time for us to take our morning recess. Members of the jury, in just a moment, the bailiffs are going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room. Our morning recess will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention this morning. Please remember all of the instructions I've previously given you. You can just stay right here. Please bring in the jury. You can stand or sit however you prefer. Okay. Please be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to continue with direct examination. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Denakola, when we left off, we had just pulled up the roadside view and indicated the start time for all of these videos was 2:12:52. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I'm hitting start or play on the roadside. And when we say roadside, maybe it's obvious, this is just the other side of the bus from the curbside. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Timberline High School.
stopping the video at 2:16, 08. Mr. Denakola, which video view is now shown on State's Exhibit 34?
That's the front left camera.
Okay. And moving that back to the beginning, 2:12:52, and playing that from the beginning.
Timberline High School.
They're on their way.
And I've stopped that video, the front left view at 2:16:02, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Denakola, to this point, we've seen the initial roadside view, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And we've also seen some views of people coming and going from other camera views, is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you know any of those individuals
No.
in this event?
No, I did not.
And what view is this, Mr. Denakola?
That's the view from the camera right above the driver's seat.
Okay. Still State's Exhibit 34, correct?
Yes.
And starting that video at 2:12:52 from this front door view.
Approaching Timberline High School.
starting that video at 2:15:58. Is that correct, Mr. Denakola?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Denakola, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Denakola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5 through 33. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Denakola, do you recognize what I've handed you in State's Exhibits 5 through 33?
Yes, I do.
And what are those, sir?
These are still photos from the video that we just watched.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of still photos from that video?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 5 through 33.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. O'Leary? Exhibits 5 through 33 shall be admitted.
Thank you. May I retrieve those, Your Honor?
You may.
I have permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Denakola, starting with State's Exhibit 5. I'll give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 5? Go down a little bit. What is this, sir?
That's the transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School.
Okay, do you still have the
Oh, yes.
pointer? Yes, thank you. So can you orient us in terms of the stop itself, what we're looking at up close? Earlier you had talked about from the aerial view. What are we looking at up close here?
Up close, you can see this is the actual stop that we call a lollipop.
Okay.
And then several students in the area. And then right around over here, you can see that fight that's going on.
And the witness is referring to the right quarter of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And about center of the page, is that center of that right-hand side of the exhibit, is that right, Mr. Denakola?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Denakola, this, maybe it's not an obvious question. You've seen fights at bus stops before, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you gotten out to intervene, for lack of a better word, as you did here?
No.
Why did you do here?
Because it was apparent that this was an adult male fighting with students.
Was that different to you?
Yes, it was.
Showing you State's Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here?
In the same spot at the lower right center of the screen here is the fight that's going on, the adult male and a teenage male as well.
Okay. And is the female there in that photo as well?
Yes, right to the left of the adult male.
Okay. And is that the female that he's holding on to, or is that a different student to the left in the, I would say, tan pants, so to speak?
I believe that's the female that he ends up grabbing.
Okay. What view is this?
This is, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Where would the view be in terms of date time stamp if somebody was looking at it?
You're looking at it's from the front camera, and then the date timestamp going off the upper left-hand corner. You can see that's from October 18, 2024, 2:13 and 19 seconds.
Okay, and you've got the cursor on the right-hand side, but you're looking at the left-hand side, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and when you say the front camera, do you mean the road camera? Is that the specific
Yes.
title?
That's the front road camera. Well, it's a road camera.
Okay. State's Exhibit 7. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 7?
Again, we're looking at the road camera, timestamp of October 18th, 2024 at 2:13 and 20 seconds.
And where is that fight happening in this photograph?
The fight is happening about 10 feet away from our Lollipop bus stop. It's right here on the lower right-hand side of the screen.
And so throughout this, you've referred to, in your descriptions, an adult male, a young female, and another young male. Do you see those three individuals depicted in this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify, please, where you're talking about the adult male, the young male, and the young female?
Right here is the adult male, and then these are the two young males. And then I believe this is the female over here. They're center of the screen, right side of the screen.
Mr. Denakola, let me ask you a different question then.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 8. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 8?
Looking at the road camera, October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 21 seconds. It's a closer view. We can see the adult male right here, and he's fighting with the teenage student.
Is there a student on the ground?
Yes, there is, just to the left of the other student that's still standing in front of the adult male.
And the witness is referring to the right bottom corner of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 9. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 9?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024. Time is 2:13 and 22 seconds. And we have at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here, you have the adult male that just punched a teenage boy.
And is there a student on the ground?
You can barely see him, but yes, right behind the teenage boy.
State's Exhibit 10. And what's happening in State's Exhibit 10?
It's,
Yep, I can pull it down for you.
it's okay. Again, it's the road camera, 10/18/2024 at 2:13 and 23 seconds. It's the adult male is actually heading towards the other student, and it's at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. State's Exhibit 11.
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 23 seconds. Again, the bottom right-hand center of the screen is the adult male reaching for the female student.
Okay, so just to be clear, Mr. Denakola, earlier you indicated
Yes.
you thought the female student was wearing the khaki pants.
That is
Do you
correct.
see the khaki pants student in this photograph also?
Yes, I do. I see him standing over by the tree, over at the right-hand center of the screen.
So for clarification, the khaki pants student is not the female.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this State's Exhibit, 11, what are the hands of the adult male doing? Where are they located?
Right now, it looks like he was reaching for her shoulders.
Do you see the young male that you've described previously in this shot?
I do not see the male that was fighting with I don't see the teenage male that was fighting with the adult male, but I do see the other male that had the khaki pants over by the tree.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 12. What's happening in State's Exhibit 12?
It's October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds. Center right-hand side of the screen, the adult male is grabbing the female student.
And do you see the other young male anywhere in the shot that you've previously described or, as being struck by the adult male?
I believe that is him coming into the screen here in the bottom right-hand center of the screen.
So at 2:13 and 25 seconds on October 18th, 2024, based on this, do I understand that as you observed it and consistent with that, the adult male's arms are already on the young female and the young male is not touching them? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 13. What timestamp are we looking at here, sir?
We're looking at October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds.
Okay. And what are we looking at on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Let me get this cursor over there. Sorry.
That's okay.
Right-hand side of this photograph, you see the adult male still in a tussle with the female student, and the male student actually coming up on them. And I see another student that's coming from where the tree was at, all on the right side center of the screen.
So does it appear at this point students have noticed what is happening?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 14. What timestamp are we at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 26 seconds.
Okay. And what's happening in this photograph on the right-hand side?
The right-hand side of the screen, we have another person coming into the picture at the right center screen.
And how is the adult male appear to be holding the young female in this photograph?
At this point, he has her turned around, so he's holding her from behind.
The other students appear to be touching him at this point.
Not yet.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 15. And what timestamp are we looking at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 45 seconds.
And what's happening in this video?
In this picture here, the adult male is down on the ground. He's holding the female in a chokehold. And we have several other students standing around.
And have you arrived, is it fair to say you've not arrived yet? I mean, the bus is present, but you have
Right.
not gotten to the scene yet.
That is correct. The bus had stopped. I have not approached the scene.
State's Exhibit 16. Mr. Denakola, do you recognize anyone from this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize, sir?
I recognize myself right there wearing the high visibility vest.
Okay, and what else is happening in this photo?
In this photo, I'm bent over the adult male and the female student. I'm at the bottom right-hand center of the screen, and I am instructing the adult male to let the student go.
And have any of the other adults arrived on the scene yet?
At this time, it did appear that one of the adults did arrive. There was came out of this pickup truck. He was on the left center side of the screen.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit 17. In State's Exhibit 17, what are we looking at here, sir?
That's on October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:13 and 57 seconds. At this time, I'm actually, you can't really see because the student's standing in the way, but that's when I was trying to break his grasp off of this young student. And then we have this other adult male that was coming running across the road.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 18.
That's October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:14. And again, right here in the center of the screen, right side of the screen. I believe I'm still attempting to release the female student from the adult male's grasp. We have several students standing around watching.
State's Exhibit 19.
It's timestamp October 18th, 2024, 2:14 and 10 seconds. And in the same spot at the lower right-hand center of the screen. This time I'm standing up, which was right after I got the adult male to release his grip on the female student. And a spectator came running across the road. He's on the left center side of the screen.
Okay. So there is essentially another adult that has arrived, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 20. And what time is this at?
It's October 18th, 2024 at 2:14 and 52 seconds.
And have you left the scene at this point?
I have left the scene of the actual incident there, the center right-hand side of the screen, and I was headed back towards my bus.
Okay. Switching views to State's Exhibit 21. What date, timestamp, and view are we looking at on State's Exhibit 21?
This is October 18th, 2024 at 2:13 and 21 seconds.
And Mr. Denakola, what is happening here at the top, I would say top center of that photograph?
The top side of the photograph, that's that fight that's going on between the adult male and the students.
State's Exhibit 22. Same question?
Yeah, center of the screen. In the middle, it's the fight still going on between the student and the adult male.
State's Exhibit 23. Where are we looking at in the, just to the right of the upper center?
That's still the fight going on again with the male and the students, I believe.
And is the young female already down on the ground at that point? Here?
Yes.
And moving to State's Exhibit 28. Which camera view are we looking at here?
This is the curbside camera, front curbside camera.
And what date timestamp is that?
The date timestamp is October 18th, 2024 at 2:15 and 53 seconds.
And are you pulling away from the school at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and have most of that, most of the students cleared out of that space, but the adults remained?
That is correct.
Okay, do you see the adult male that you've referred to as being involved in the initial altercation present?
Yes, I do. On the bottom left side of the screen here, he's on the floor. He's laying on the ground, and another male is over him, appears to be restraining him.
Okay. Is that the same male that was restraining him that you've testified about earlier?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024, at 2:15 and 56 seconds. That's the street side of the bus front camera.
And what is depicted, I would say, on the right-hand side of that photograph?
The right-hand side of the photograph, center of the screen, is a pickup truck from which the gentleman that was restraining the adult male in the fight came out of this pickup truck right here, center screen, right side of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 31. Mr. Denakola, what are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024, at 2:14 and 4 seconds.
And Mr. Denakola, do you recognize the individual pictured on the left, I would say about center of the photographed left-hand side?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's the gentleman that came running from across the street. I call him a spectator.
He was essentially the third male adult to come to that scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Denakola, based on your observations of that scene, your observations of the adult male, and your experience there, would the older man have let go of the young girl without intervention from?
Sustained.
Mr. Denakola, was the older man letting go of the young female without the intervention of you and the other adult male?
No, he was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Denakola.
Good morning.
Couple of questions for you. Is it fair to say that prior to the few seconds that we saw in the video of the bus approaching that bus stop that you didn't see anything that was happening?
That is correct.
All right. I wanted to show you, one other thing. You mentioned in your testimony at some point that it was, that the older man and the female fell to the ground. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you've seen the video since, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you say fell to the ground, is that in your opinion, is that an accurate description of what you saw in the video?
From looking at the video, describing what I've seen, it appeared that he had grabbed the female and they did fall back onto the ground.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 501. And this, as we're looking through the videos, we can stop frame by frame.
Yes.
So this video, if I may hand that to you, or excuse me, that photo, if I can have you just look at that.
Yes.
You see that photo is essentially one frame after State's Exhibit number, where did State's Exhibits go? I believe it's 14, but let me just make sure here. Yeah, I'm gonna hand you, just for comparison, State's Exhibit number 14.
Okay.
Does that look to be about the next frame after?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I could move to admit Exhibit number 501.
Any objection, Mr. Leary? Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor.
501 shall be admitted.
And at this time, I'd move to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. Now, just so the jury knows, these do not have a date and time stamp, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But we've identified it's in the same sequence of pictures that we looked at previously.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm looking at this exhibit, which follows in time Exhibit 14, and what I see is I see the adult male and the female still standing up, right?
Correct.
And it appears that there's the young teenager with the Nike backpack there is running right at him, right?
Yes.
And he's got his arm raised on the right side. You see that? His right arm, right there?
Right there. Yes.
Yeah. And so we'll watch the video, but in this, it looks like everybody's on their feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we watch the video, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see Mr.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll watch the video. Sorry, Your Honor. We'll watch the video and watch what happens next. Okay. So let me grab the video. We're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 34. If everything works as planned.
And you're requesting to publish it?
Yes, if I may publish 34 again, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Hang on just a minute. Let me make sure I get everything in the right order here before we start it. Let me load this up real quick. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could. Oh, sorry. Okay, and so this is back to the video now. you don't mind, I'm gonna have to talk from over here. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this is the video. This is 2/13/25, okay?
Yes.
Let's run this forward. I'm gonna use a little slower time on this. Now, can you describe to us what you see, who is in the right side of the screen there coming in? Can you see that?
Entering the screen, I see the young adult male.
And
I mean,
that's
the young teenage male.
right on the right side of the screen, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let's just play this at a little slower speed. Can you tell what speed this is going at?
If you move the, yes, it's 1/4 speed,
Okay.
0.25.
Let's run this through. You stop it right there. Now, we just
Can you
saw,
indicate the time that you stopped it at?
yeah,
please?
this is 2/13/26. 0.7, I think is what it means. Did you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now, as you view that, did it look to you like the adult male and the younger female fell to the ground?
It appears to me that they're starting to fall to the ground, yes.
Okay, and did you see them being approached by the young male at a rapid pace?
Yes, I do.
And did it appear he ran right into him?
It does look like he appeared to run right into the backside of him.
Okay. And do you think that might have affected their ability to stay on their feet?
Looking at the direction that the young male was running, I'm actually surprised that they didn't fall forward.
Okay. But they did fall down,
They fell backwards, yes,
and there was contact.
yes.
All right. Now, there's a tree right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's back it up just a little bit here. Now, watch as he approaches there, before he hits them, the young man in the Nike backpack. And watch that tree in the background, if you would. I'm going to stop this at 2:13:28. Did you see that tree?
Yes, I did.
Did it look like they maybe ran into the tree?
Yes, it does.
And which may explain why they didn't fall the other direction, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the state's still exhibits, there was a 19...
I'm sorry, can you indicate what time you stopped the video
Oh, I'm
this
sorry.
second time?
2:13:28. They had showed two timestamp photos. One was Exhibit 14, which was 2:13:25, and the next one was Exhibit 15, was 2:13:45. Okay? I want to just watch the 19 seconds, if we can, between those two. And I'm stopping the video now at the 2:13:44 mark. Mr. Denakola, how would you describe what we saw in that scene, in that 19-second period?
What I saw during that time frame was the other students coming in and hitting the adult male.
Okay, did you see him kicking him as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see where they were kicking him?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
They were kicking him in the head.
And so it would seem that there was quite a bit of an attack going on there against the adult man, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I noted in your testimony you didn't mention any of that.
Right.
Okay. Were you advised not to mention that?
No.
You just chose not to?
I didn't want to, I was trying not to embellish anything. So I was just saying what I saw.
Okay. You were in the bus during this period of time?
At that point, yes, I was still on the bus.
Okay. So the same view you had of the initial few seconds was the same through this entire period we've just watched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the kids that were riding the bus that day, are those regular bus riders?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know them by name?
I do not.
Okay. But you recognize them when you see them?
Yes, I do.
Okay. After you said you got in there and got the arm to release off the young female, did you see the defendant move after that?
He rose his hands pretty much up towards his chest in a compliant manner.
Okay.
Like he was no longer resisting or was not going to put up any fight.
And so he's laying there kind of on his side, right?
At this point, yes, he is.
Okay, and he kind of stayed that way until you drove away, right?
No, I believe he was laying on his, because the other gentleman was on top of him, holding him down, that arrived on scene after I separated them. So he appeared to be pretty much on his back, holding his hands up like this, like, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, thank you.
How do you like your new job?
I love my new job.
Why do you love it?
Because as a transit ambassador, now I get to ride in the back of the bus with the passengers. It's pretty much customer service, making sure that passengers getting to their destinations, they know where they're going, and also a rule enforcement officer as well.
Okay. So are you doing more rule enforcement or more helping out?
It's a new program that just went live about 2 weeks ago. I've been doing mainly a lot of customer service.
Okay.
There's been a few rule enforcement issues that I had to deal with.
Is it hard to have somebody else drive it?
No, it's pretty nice.
Okay. I just have just a couple of questions for you. So you described kind of what you saw with respect to the students and the adult male, correct?
Yes.
And the female,
Yes.
correct? And you later described the arrival of two women wearing headscarves, correct?
Correct.
And the first one you saw was somebody who you described as filming.
Yes.
And then you described a second woman who was then holding the young woman that you described in this incident after being released by the adult male.
Yes.
There's a lot of descriptions without names, but is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we had a chance to talk at the break, correct?
Yes.
And so we watched the video to see if we could see kind of the arrival of the women. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is visible in the video, but maybe not as clear on the big screen. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. So, and we were able to kind of piece together based on the still shots, correct?
Yes.
And we kind of timed it with the individual coming out of the truck. Fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if I put up Exhibit 16.
When you done, Chris?
It's not up on the screen for some reason.
Okay. There we go. All right, so this is State's Exhibit 16, the still shot up on the camera. And we see 21354. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we see the truck parked in the turn lane, correct?
That is correct.
And we can see an individual just emerging from the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And so we know that the altercation has been going on for some time leading up to this, correct?
Yes.
And we know that because we saw the video, right?
Right.
And we also know it's at the point where you have emerged from the coach,
Yes.
and we know that because we see an individual with the
High visibility safety vest,
high
yes.
visible safety vest. Okay. All right. So taking that off of the screen, and now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 17. And that is not straight. Let's see, there we go. And we see that is at 21357, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see this individual who we're going to learn his identity later running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And you are leaning down, going hands-on at this point, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next one, so that was 57, correct? 57 seconds.
Yes.
And then the next one is 21400.
Please indicate the exhibit number that you're publishing.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So the next one is Exhibit 18. And that is at 21400, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that you are still leaning over hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And I see an individual standing with almost looks like a camouflage hat towards the back of the crowd.
Yes, right there.
And that is the individual who has run across the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in watching the video, we were able to determine about a second before this exhibit, 18, was the arrival of the women, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we now know prior to 21359, there's the altercation, correct?
Yes.
You arrive, correct?
Yes.
The individual comes across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then at this point moving forward, the women have arrived. Is that
That's
fair?
correct. Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is, you and I walked through this, but this is what you observed, correct?
Yes.
Both in real time and on these pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you described on direct that the second woman who was holding this young girl after she had been freed, you described her as simply holding her around her waist,
That is correct.
and that she appeared to be fine at that point.
Yes.
Okay. So then, after your intervention and the intervention of the passerby,
Yes.
this girl is freed, correct?
Correct.
He is restrained by the passerby,
Yes.
does not appear to be resisting, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't say anything further.
No.
She's being held by her mom, or I'm sorry, she's being held by the woman, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at this point, you know that law enforcement is on its way,
Correct.
and you then returned to your coach, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did that because it felt like the situation was over at that point, correct?
That is correct.
The individual involved in the fight was being restrained, correct?
Correct.
And there was no other assaultive behavior that you witnessed?
That is correct.
Okay. And if that wasn't the case, you would have stayed, right?
That is correct.
And you left because you felt like the situation had resolved, correct?
That is correct.
And that authorities were on their way,
Correct.
and that the situation was over.
Correct. My main objective was to get the bus out of the way so first responders can get on scene.
Okay, okay. But if it was still, fights were still going on, if she was still in danger, you were gonna stick around, right?
That is correct. If I felt that she was still in danger, I would have brought her onto my bus and shut the bus.
Okay. Is that part of your training?
That is.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Denakola, Mr. Kading asked you some questions about how the female ended up on the ground. First of all, how many times did you see the female on the ground?
Just at one time.
Okay, when the bus was initially pulling up and the initial fight was breaking out, or say fight was breaking out, when the initial scuffle or, I can't remember if you said scuffle or struggle.
Motion or yeah, something like that.
Okay. When that initially occurred, as the adult male was punching the young male, where was the young female?
The young female was off to the side.
Okay. And was she standing up, or was she on the ground, getting off of the ground?
She was standing up.
Okay. Show you states, may I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Show you States Exhibit 7 again, Mr. Denakola. And can you say States Exhibit 7?
State Exhibit 7.
States Exhibit 7?
States Exhibit 7.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And previously, you talked about what was happening on the right-hand side of this photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you talked about the young male that I'm pointing to on the right, I would say center right, the young female, and the adult male. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And moving to States Exhibit 8. Where is the young female in this photograph? Is she standing up or is she lying down?
She's lying down.
How did she end up on the ground based on your observations?
She must have been pushed or
Well, let's
tripped.
go back to States Exhibit 7. Whose hand's on her, or on her when she's going down?
The adult male's hand is on her.
Okay? And you described earlier the adult male as later grabbing her by the clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's look at States Exhibit 10. Has she gotten back up on her feet or is attempting to get back up on her feet in this photograph?
It appears that she's attempting to get back up.
Okay? And by States Exhibit 12, how would you describe what looks like the stability of her and the adult male?
It looks like he has a hold of her, and she's still crouched over. She was unable to get fully erect or stand up straight.
Sure. And when we look at States Exhibit 14, how would you describe the stability of the adult male and the young female in that photograph, or still shot?
Well, the adult male still, he appears to be stable. Can't see the young female very well here.
So previously you described, and I believe your testimony to Mr. Kading when he asked, is that they appeared to be already going down on their own. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so other individuals may have joined that process. Is that fair to say? But is it your testimony that they were not standing up and stable then at the time that those individuals joined that?
By looking at the picture here, the still photo, you can see his knees are bent here, so no.
Thank you. And Mr. Kading asked you why you didn't talk about number of strikes or kicking. Is that actually an accurate reflection of your testimony? Or did you in fact talk about that during your testimony?
I believe I did.
Well, and was one of the questions from the state to you whether the interventions of the children were effective? And what was your answer?
Yes, that was a question, that the interventions were ineffective.
Okay. So you did in fact talk about that during your testimony, and you talked about these 19 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did we watch those 19 seconds?
We did.
Okay. And based on your observations of the children's attempt to intervene in the choking of the young female, were their interventions effective?
No, it was not.
Mr. Leary then asked you about the location of the arms of the adult female. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And initially during your direct examination, you indicated you thought they were around her waist. Is that correct? And when I say direct examination, that means when I'm asking questions.
Right. Where the adult male's hands were?
No, where the adult female.
Oh, yes. Yes, the female, yes. Was
Okay.
around her waist.
And at the end of direct examination, when I asked you, are you certain you know where her arms were, what was your answer?
I believe so.
Okay. And who was your attention on?
I was focused on the adult male and on the female's face.
Okay. And do you know what happened after you left that scene?
I heard what happened after I left that scene.
So do you know, though? Did you physically see it?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any recross examination?
No.
Mr. Leary, any recross examination? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Leary?
No.
Sir, you are excused and you may step down. You're free to go or remain however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please. You may. Please. While we're waiting for the next witness to come into the courtroom, if you would like to stand, just move around a little bit, you are welcome to do so. Come up here. And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Sopal Hing, last name spelled Heang.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
Approximately 5 years.
Now, Officer Hang, what kind of training did you undergo to become a law enforcement officer?
I underwent the 720 hours of basic law enforcement academy, and that was at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center. And then upon being certified as a peace officer, I've been on patrol the entire career where we do annual training.
Okay, and what were some of the things that were taught during these 720 hours at the academy?
So we did criminal procedures, criminal law. There was firearms training, emergency driving or EVOC, what we know it to be. There's defense tactics, patrol tactics, crisis response, CPR, things of that nature.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Well, first priority is call for services. So as a patrol officer, any types of call that comes in, it's our responsibility. We have beats. So in Lacey, we have 3, so we're assigned a specific beat, and our responsibility is whatever call comes out is to take care of that call. In addition to that is if there's proactive policing. So when there's not call volumes or calls, it's kind of expected to kind of be proactive, so deter crime, look for suspicious activities, anything of that nature. And then on top of that, community policing. So that's just business checks and engaging with the community in a positive light.
Okay, Officer Hang, you testified a moment ago that the Lacey Police Department have 3 beats. What do you mean by beats?
It's just jurisdictional boundaries. So we have the Adam area, the Boyer, and the Charles area. It's just how it's separated within the city.
In the Adam area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's from the boundaries, kind of where the train trestle off of Rainier Road. So that's kind of the south boundary up until 22nd Ave.
And what about the, I believe you said the Boyd area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's kind of more central towards the police station. So from 22nd Ave southeast up until 15th Ave northeast, or kind of by North Thurston High School.
Okay, and what about the Charlie district? Which area of Lacey does that entail?
That'll be Hawks Prairie area. So kind of a lot of the newer development, a lot of the warehouses that are out there.
Okay. And as a patrol officer, when you're on duty, are you assigned to a specific area, or do you patrol all within the city limits of Lacey?
We are assigned. It doesn't mean that you cannot, you can assist as needed in the other beats or jurisdiction, but we are assigned a specific jurisdiction area.
Okay. And were you working on October 18th of 2024?
I was.
And were you working as a patrol officer on that day?
I was.
And which jurisdiction of Lacey were you assigned to?
That I was the Adam car.
Okay. And what, if anything, and let me ask you a different question. What was your shift that day?
I was working day shift patrol.
Okay. And what are the hours for day shift?
So it starts at 6:30 a.m. and it ends at 5:10 p.m.
Okay. And what, if anything, occurred at approximately 14:15 hours or 2:15 p.m. That day?
Yep. So we received a disturbance call at Timberline High School.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
I guess the Lacey Police Department, specifically in the Adam area.
Okay. And did you yourself respond to the call?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you initially observe when you arrived at the scene at 2:20 p.m.?
As I approached, so there was a circle of individuals, but as I approached, there was one subject, male subject, that had another male subject pinned on the ground.
Okay. And the male subject that was pinned on the ground, were you able to ascertain his identity at some point?
I was.
And what was his name?
Ihsan Ali.
Okay. And prior to you having contact with Mr. Ali in front of the bus stop, did you have contact with Mr. Ali earlier that day?
I did.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that contact?
Prior that day, I had gone to his residence as he had reported his daughter as a runaway.
Okay, and what was the name of his daughter? And on October 18th of 2024, were you the first law enforcement officer to arrive at the bus stop scene?
I was.
Okay.
And Ms. Zoe, I know we just got started, but it's noon, and so we are going to take our break. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. We will be on break or recess until 1:30 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you when they request you be back here so that they can have you in the jury room and bring you back in at 1:30. Please remember all of my instructions. The bailiffs would come forward and lead the jury back.
No, Your Honor, not from the state, thank you.
All right, Mr. Kading? No, Your Honor. Mr. Larry? I have one question. Obviously, we have the current witness. Does the state have other witnesses planned for this afternoon? And can you indicate who will be doing the examination, please?
I do.
Ms. Stone, any issues before we bring the jury back in this afternoon?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kading. Mr. Larry, thank you. Please bring the jury in.
Your Honor, permission to give my witness.
Yes, please. And officer, if you'll come through the middle, but you can come forward, please. Forward, please. And you're welcome to come forward and have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Hain, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th, you had taken a call at the Ali's residence regarding a runaway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you testified earlier that when you arrived at the Ali residence, you had contacted Mr. Ali?
I did.
Okay, and during your conversation with Mr. Ali, when he reported his daughter Fatima as a runaway, did he at that time had an idea on who she might have been with when she ran away?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Ali think that his daughter was with?
He believed her to be with Isaiah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Ali about his thoughts on the fact that he believed that Fatima was with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Can you describe the conversation, please?
Yes. So he explained to me the last time that he had located Fatima in kind of a similar incident, that he had located her at Isaiah's parents' house.
Okay. And then fast forward, when you you indicated that when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, you observed that Mr. Ali was pinned down on the ground. I believe that was your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And after your arrival, did you separate him from the group of people that was gathering around at that point?
I did.
And Fatima Ali, when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, was she present?
No.
Okay. And what about Isaiah Williams? Was he present at the bus stop when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine where Fatima and Isaiah were when you arrived at the bus stop?
I did.
Okay, and where were they?
They were inside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And then after your arrival to the bus stop scene, at some point the other Lacey officers arrive.
Correct.
And was it one other officer that arrived or several?
Oh, there are several.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many?
Just to name a few: Sergeant Newcomb, Landworld, Corporal Perneda, Corporal Stanford. It was me, Officer Chavez, Officer Bell, Officer Dawes, and a few others.
Okay.
Officer Beltran.
Okay. And you testify that when you arrived at the bus stop, there was a group of individuals that was at the bus stop already. Did they appear to you to be students or were they adults?
I at that time I couldn't tell. I think there was a mixture of both.
Okay. And did any of the officers speak to any of the individuals that were at the bus stop?
They did.
Okay, and who was the officer that spoke with some of the individuals?
Officer Chavez and Officer Bell spoke with some of those folks.
Okay. And then you testified that when you got to the bus stop, you learned that Fatima and Isaiah were inside Timberline High School. Do you know if any officers spoke with them?
Yes.
And who was that spoke with them?
It was School Resource Officer Beltran.
Okay. And the individual that was holding Mr. Ali down when you first arrived at the bus stop, who was that individual?
That was Mr. Wagner.
And did you at some point speak to Mr. Wagner?
I did.
And did he, without going into what he specifically told you, was he able to sort of tell you what his observations were of what had occurred at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And you testify that Officer Beltran was the officer that spoke with Fatima and Isaiah when they were contacted at Timberline High School. Do you know whether after Officer Beltran spoke to them, whether he updated you on what Fatima and Isaiah had told him about what had occurred?
He did.
Okay. And did your involvement in this case conclude at that point, after you spoke with Mr. Wagner at the bus stop?
It did not.
Okay, and where did you go next?
Later that evening, I went to St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay, and what was the purpose of going to St. Peter's Hospital?
It was to speak with CPS and to get a recorded statement from Fatima herself.
Okay, and where did you contact Fatima?
I was in the emergency department.
Okay. You're under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photo of Fatima at the hospital.
And does Exhibit 35, the photo of Fatima, does that accurately depict the condition that she was in when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 35.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? Number 35 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Officer Hang, showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
That's a photo of Fatima.
Okay, and when you indicated that you contacted Fatima in the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital, did you contact her in a room in the emergency department or sort of just in the lobby area?
It was in that room.
Okay. And then what was her demeanor like when you spoke with her?
Pretty weak, pretty tired.
Okay. And what did you hear or observe that made you think that she was weak and tired?
When we started the interview, she was just very soft-spoken, had a little bit of a raspy voice, and I had to continually kind of move my phone closer and closer to her so I can get a good recorded statement.
Okay. And without telling the jury what Fatima said during your interview with her, was she able to tell you what had transpired on October 18th, that
Yeah.
letter to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and without telling the jury what she said to you, was she also able to relate to you whether she had any pains or injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And after contacting Fatima at the hospital, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
And who did you make contact with?
Later that evening, CPS arrived, and then as well as Isaiah and his mom.
Okay. And did you, when Isaiah and his mother arrived at the hospital, did you also speak to them?
I did.
And when you spoke with Isaiah, what, if anything, did he provide you or did he show you?
He showed me a video of the incident
The incident that happened where?
at Timberline High School.
Okay. And did you, were you able to obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Okay. And after speaking with Isaiah and his mother, what did you do after that?
I transferred custody to CPS and I cleared the scene of
Okay.
the hospital.
Who did you transfer custody to CPS to?
Fatima.
Okay. And Officer Hang, are you also aware of a no contact or a temporary protection order that was entered that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a temporary protection order and hearing notice.
Okay, and if you could turn to the very back of that order, does that order appear to be certified?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
36 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hain, before I publish Exhibit 36, let me ask you just a few more follow-up questions. Exhibit 36, does that temporary protection order have personal information of different parties that is indicated on the order?
Yes.
Okay, and does it include individuals' date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also include their address?
Yeah, so the one that I looked at, yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 36.
You may publish.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what is page 1 of Exhibit 36. Officer Hain, can you tell the jury where this order was issued from?
It was Superior Court of Washington, County of Thurston.
Okay. And then can you indicate, according to the order, when the order was issued? Okay, I'm going to move it just a little bit.
Okay, so October 14th, 2024.
Okay. And then how long is the order to last?
Till the hearing date, so October 24th, 2024.
Okay. And who was the petitioner that was seeking? Respondent, who was that? Who is listed as a respondent or the restrained party in this case?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And who does the protection order protect? is prohibited from having contact with Isaiah according to this temporary protection order?
Zahraa Ali.
I'm showing you the bottom of page 4 of exhibit 36. Does it, besides prohibiting Mrs. Ali from contacting Isaiah, does it also indicate any locations that she is prohibited from contacting?
Yes.
And what are those locations? Officer Hang, do you know whether this temporary protection order was ultimately served on Mrs. Ali?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know that it was served on Mrs. Ali?
Because I served it.
Okay. And when you, after you served the temporary protection order, did you also have to file a proof of service?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. If you could look through that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
I'm done.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the proof of service.
Okay, and if you could flip to the very back of Exhibit 37, does that appear to be a certified copy of the proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
37 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, just a few more follow-up questions before I publish Exhibit 37. Does Exhibit 37 also contain personal identifying information of individuals listed on this proof of service?
It does.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of Exhibit 37. Can you tell the jury when the order was served?
It was served October 16th, 2024.
Okay. And who did you serve the order on?
It was served to Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And then where did you serve the order? Mrs. Ali, what was her reaction?
She seemed a little surprised by it.
Okay. And was your service of the temporary protection order also captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 38?
It was a copy of my body cam.
Okay, and is what's contained on Exhibit 38 a accurate, what's contained on Exhibit 38, does it accurately depict the conversation you had with Mrs. Ali when you served on her the temporary protection order?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 38.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
38 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, before publishing this exhibit, just a few more follow-up questions. When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes,
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
Okay.
So I have some court documents here that I need to give you. Do you know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for an anti-harassment against it. Do you know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's a temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject to like arrest, right?
So this person goes with my sister, her daughter.
Okay. Go
To school.
Or something. Something
Yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school to now where the parents want to get involved and they're saying,
You coming from school, I say?
You can look at it. So if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
You from school?
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm from Lacey Police.
Okay, and then why you tell me for this? She not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people.
No, I'm not talking.
And yeah, and you should be fine.
So this position, do we have to go to court for this?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? So 24th.
24th is.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just good up into the court date. So it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it required or is there an option for her to not to go?
I would call these numbers.
Uh-huh.
If you don't go, the protection order will be usually it'll be granted. So it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary. If she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it. They'll say okay, it's permanent. So now you cannot ever get in contact with these people. Can't talk to them. Can't email them anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so these people, the family,
Yeah.
they tell you court.
They go to the courts, yeah, the courts give it to us to give to you.
Okay.
Right, so right now it's civil, it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting them or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in contact.
Or my dog,
It's, the petition is between them and your mom, it looks like.
her?
Yeah. It's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened, like, you know.
Okay, and they said if you don't go, then they will say that you cannot contact them.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not gonna contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so where you can never contact those people.
Okay. Oh, then, is not coming here?
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not.
If you come in here, what they do?
You can call us, yeah. If they come here to start an argument, something, and you don't want them, and this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us and tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and, because this is your house, and you have a right to be here and to be at peace in your own place, so.
One time he told me.
Yeah. So, okay.
So it's not a jail thing.
Not at this time, but again, yeah, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So,
I have class later.
yeah.
I just try to explain it to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
Yeah, never read it through all the way, right?
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to clarify, on the 18th of October, you were on shift at what time?
I started at 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember the first call you got from Mr. Ali regarding his daughter?
Yes.
Okay, and did you go to the house and talk to him?
I believe I started with a phone call first.
Okay, do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it fairly soon after you started on shift that morning?
Could have been 8 or 9, I believe.
Okay. And at that time, he indicated to you he was concerned that his daughter was missing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to him about looking for his daughter?
I did.
Okay. And when you told him that, did he say he was going to be looking for his daughter?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. So, did he ask you what his options were?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he inquire of you if he had options?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar for 1 moment, please.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to have a brief Mr. Kading, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer, you then went back to the house a second time? Or you went to the house
Correct.
after that, is that right?
Correct.
And what time was that?
I can't recall, maybe 10, 11.
Okay. During the morning, did you make any attempts to locate Fatima?
I did.
Okay. And what attempts did you make?
I checked Isaiah's house, contacted his mom, contacted Timberline High School, and then he also mentioned that she was in the area.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained, as to non-responsive as to what was said.
Okay, so you said you checked Isaiah's house, Timberline High School. Where else did you look?
Safeway.
And when you contacted Timberline High School, did you talk to anyone there?
I didn't specifically. Isaiah's mom was on the phone while I was at her house.
Okay, you said you contacted Timberline High School.
I'll rephrase. I was on scene at Isaiah's mom's house when she called to check. So it was believed.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay, let me see if we can clarify this. So did you personally call Timberline High School?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from Timberline High School personally contact you?
No.
All right. And so is it fair to say then up until 2 o'clock approximately you did not know where Fatima was that day?
Correct.
When you filed the report with, did you file a report with your office regarding either a runaway or a missing person?
Yes.
What did you file?
I had dispatch first put her in as a runaway.
Okay.
NCIC, WASIG. And then I requested that they send out an attempt to locate. So if any law enforcement agency contacted someone that, given that description and or run a name, that they would come back as a runaway.
Okay. And you did that at what time?
I don't recall.
Was it before 10 o'clock?
No, I
Was
don't
it-
believe so.
So, was it before noon?
I don't recall.
You don't recall when you put that in?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And you went through, noted on direct examination, you'd gone through a bunch of training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the parts of your training learning what something called petechia is?
Not at Academy, no.
Okay. Have you had subsequent training regarding what petechia is?
Just basic.
Okay, basic. Where did you have the training?
At the police station.
Okay. And who gave you training on that?
I don't recall.
Was it a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Was it an officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know what petechia is, apparently.
Just some signs of it.
Okay. I'm noting in your report, we can pull this out for you. Hang on just a minute. Look at that. Small. Airplane number 503. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Officer, I'm going to hand you a copy of this document noted as defendant Exhibit 503. You can take a look at that. Tell me what that is.
Appears to be my police narrative.
Thank you. Does it look like one that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Just going to note paragraph, let's call it 5 because there's one sentence at the top. You'd read that paragraph for me.
I asked Fatima about.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Not asking a question yet, Your Honor.
Just a moment. There is an objection. I'll sustain the objection. He's just asking you to read it to yourself,
Oh,
and then he'll ask you a question.
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so officer, did you get a chance to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, and you specifically note in there that you went to see Fatima at the hospital on the night of the 18th, right?
Correct.
And you specifically note in there that you saw no signs of petechia.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what petechia is,
I do.
and you've been trained on that.
For signs of it, yes.
Okay, and signs of petechia tend to appear when somebody has been strangled, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so, given what you knew about this case, you went and looked for those signs,
Correct.
and you did not see any.
Can you rephrase that?
You didn't see any signs of petechia.
Not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Could you return the exhibit to the clerk, please? Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You have been a patrol officer for how many years?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. All with the city of Lacey?
Correct.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
What, do you rotate shifts during the days, at nights? How does that work?
No, it's we bid once a year, so just depending on what you bid at the beginning of the year.
Do you have a preference?
I mean, pros and cons to each shift.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer on October 18th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard about your actions kind of throughout the day. Responded to a telephone call, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did that call come to you?
So earlier I talked about beats, or districts, so that it was assigned to me based on my patrol area for that morning.
So is it that a call comes into dispatch and then they connect to
Correct.
the patrol officer?
Correct.
And so this was a situation that could be handled over the telephone in theory as opposed to responding to a scene, correct?
Yes, dispatch will ask, and it depends on what the reporting party is requesting. And there's phone contacts or in-person contact.
Okay, so we heard about the phone contact and then it didn't end there. There was an in-person contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you conducted additional follow-up based on those two citizen contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you specifically assigned to respond to Timberline High School based on your prior involvement during the day?
I was not.
So just by happenstance, call goes out, you happen to be the first one there, and you suddenly realize that this is related to what you previously were
Correct.
working on.
Correct.
Okay. So then, the difference between a patrol officer and a detective, if you had to summarize that for the jury, you would say what? Kind of in terms of duties and jobs and responsibilities.
I would just, I think they have more specific training, and they have, I guess, more time to do additional follow-ups, as we're a patrol where sometimes can jump from call to call.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but so like as a patrol officer, you get, on this instance, you were sent into disturbance at Timberline High School, you respond, correct?
Correct.
And so your job is to be there. Well, disturbance can mean a lot of different things, right?
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what you're walking into, correct?
Correct.
So you're trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to talk to?
Yes.
Whose contact information do I need to preserve?
Yes.
Do I need to separate people?
Correct.
Do I need additional officers to respond?
Correct.
So when you got there, you could see that there was a civilian holding down Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ali didn't appear to be resisting or fighting, correct?
Correct.
And you presumably knew that they were fellow officers on their way.
Correct.
So, at least from your initial impression, the situation appeared to be somewhat stabilized, right?
Yes.
No active fighting, correct?
Correct.
There were witnesses around who were at least potentially willing to speak with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You were able to determine where Fatima was, where Fatima was and Isaiah, correct?
Correct.
Or at least you were told where you could potentially find them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You made contact with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
And so then you took it upon yourself, so somebody else was going to deal with Mr. Ali, correct?
Well, I did.
Oh, so you, thank you for correcting me. So you placed him under arrest or detained him or basically took possession of him?
I detained him at that moment.
Okay. You knew that other officers were going to check inside the school, correct?
Yes.
And then over the course of the next minute's time there, you then had contact with the Wagners, correct?
Correct.
And the Wagners were the individuals, civilians who happened to stop, was your understanding, correct?
Correct.
Does somebody need water? I can't see who's. All right. So you spoke with them, correct?
Correct.
And you had them there together when you were talking to them, right?
Correct.
They were side by side?
Correct.
Sometimes it makes sense to separate people to keep their stories separate, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, you were speaking to both of them, correct?
Well, initially it was Mr. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner came into contact with us kind of after the fact.
Okay. And you got their contact information, correct?
Yes, they completed a written statement.
Okay, but before we got there, you kind of figured out who they were. I don't want to say go into what they told you, but you basically figured out these people may have some information that could help me.
Correct.
At least help with the investigation.
Correct.
And you handed them witness statement forms that they filled out.
Correct.
And they wrote those statements themselves?
They did.
And then you read them over, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you handed back Mr. Wagner his form and said, hey, I need a little more detail with respect to these particular questions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he was willing to do that, right?
Yes.
All right. And those statements pertain to Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, so now I want to talk to, so when you went and saw Fatima at the hospital that night, was that the first time you had sat down and talked with her?
It was.
And you were able to take a recorded interview with her, right?
Correct.
And she was, by all accounts, cooperative with you, correct?
Yes.
And was able to answer your questions and provide you with that information, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you feel like you were able to get the questions answered that you were seeking?
For that specific incident, yes.
And you wanted to have it recorded so that there was kind of, it wasn't just your word as to what she said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to go back in time to October 16th. We saw the video of you providing a copy of a no contact order, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall having that conversation with Mrs. Ali?
I do.
All right. And so, you were able to sit and listen and watch Exhibit 38, the video, correct?
Yes.
So in that video, you're attempting to talk with Ms. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And it was clear to you that she spoke some English, correct?
Correct.
It was also obvious that English was not her first language, correct?
Correct.
She didn't necessarily understand kind of who you were, correct?
It appeared that way.
She asked, are you with the school, correct?
Correct.
And I assume were you in full uniform?
I was.
All right. And she asked you, kind of, are you coming from the school, correct?
Yes.
And she said, well, my daughter doesn't go to that school anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had questions about Isaiah's family. Did the family contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, all you were doing was handing over court paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And the sole purpose of that meeting was Exhibit 37, which is the proof of service, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that the person I handed this to was Zahraa Ali, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really all you were expected to do, correct?
Yes.
Right. So your job is, I'm going to go there, I'm going to hand this person, confirm that this document I'm handing is to the person who is listed as the respondent, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you talked about it with her, correct? We heard and saw the conversation, correct?
Yes.
And you told her that she couldn't call Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
And that she couldn't contact Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Not to talk to these people, correct?
Correct.
And you also said, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Yes.
You never asked her if she read English, correct?
I did not.
And you saw that there was a potential language barrier, correct?
Correct.
And that is something that you're trained on, right? In terms of interacting with the public.
Correct.
And you have resources available to you, correct?
Correct.
So what's a language line?
It helps translate.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. So if you're on a call and there's a language barrier, and you need to communicate with somebody, what does the language line offer you?
It'd be just a third party person that would help translate the two languages.
Okay, and do you know where that person is from?
Can you rephrase?
I mean, so they're going to connect you with an interpreter in the city of Lacey?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, it could be anywhere, right?
Correct.
And it could be at 1 o'clock in the morning,
Correct.
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Correct.
All right. And so it gives you the ability to effectively communicate with individuals where English is not their first language, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing that said that it wasn't available to you on October 16th, correct?
Correct.
And so the state had you take a look at the prohibitions on page 4 of 11.
Are you asking to be able to publish a portion of an exhibit?
If we could pull that up, and if I have permission to publish Exhibit 37,
You may.
36.
36.
So, are you familiar with these orders?
I am.
Okay. And so, you did not go through what is on page 4 of 11 with Ms. Ali, correct?
I did not.
Okay. So you kind of summarized it about, hey, don't call Isaiah, don't contact Isaiah, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Correct.
And so, but it's specific about distance, correct?
Correct.
About a residence, correct?
Correct.
Daycare
Correct.
and a school.
Yes.
And then it references minors named in section 3 above. That box is checked as well.
Yes.
Okay. And had you called a language line, you would have been able to have that conversation with her in her native language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
No problem.
Redirect.
Officer Hang, just wanting to seek some clarification. The morning of October 18th of 2024, when Mr. Ali called to report Fatima as a runaway, was your first conversation with him over the phone or in person?
I believe it was over the phone.
Okay, and then at some point you went out to his residence?
Correct.
And while at his residence, you then had another conversation with him about the runaway call that he reported?
Correct.
Okay. You also, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions on cross-examination, you also talked about entering Fatima as a runaway in NCIC. What is NCIC?
It's a law enforcement database when you run somebody's name.
Okay. You said it's a law enforcement database when you run someone's name. Run someone's name for what?
For wants records, it's just, so if we as law enforcement on patrol, if you run somebody's name, it'll come back with flags that dispatch will let you know. So in case of a runaway, if you had a law enforcement found Fatima in Olympia and ran her name, then they would know that, hey, this subject was reported as a runaway earlier this morning by who, and to contact dad or whoever.
Okay. And is NCIC, is that a national database that law enforcement can access?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also indicated, after mentioning NCIC, you also indicated WASIC. What is that?
It's similar, but it's just specific to Washington.
To where?
To the Washington state. It's a more localized but database.
Okay. And when you say it's a similar database, I'm trying to understand your testimony. The WASIC is a Washington database where the NCIC is a equivalent, but it's a national database.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding your testimony, then WASIC is a database that only law enforcement officers in Washington can access?
Correct.
So if a law enforcement officer, let's say the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, if they decide to run Fatima's name through WASIC, it will show up that she is a runaway that was reported out at Lacey Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And did you enter Fatima as a runaway in your system? Well, let me back up for a moment. You testified on cross-examination with Mr. Kading that you don't know the exact time as to when you entered Fatima into the system as a runaway. Was it before your arrival at the bus stop that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kading also asked you some questions on cross-examination about your ability to recognize petechia. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked earlier about your training experience in becoming a law enforcement officer. Officer Hang, do you have any medical training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
Nothing certified, but just we do monthly trainings at the police station, and there was one that related to strangulation.
Okay. My question is, did you go to any seminars regarding strangulation?
Workshop. I don't know about a seminar.
Okay. Did you attend a 40-hour seminar that medical professionals attend when it comes to conducting strangulation examinations?
No.
Did you go to any seminars that medical professionals attend where it teaches them the signs and symptoms of strangulation?
No.
Okay, and are you a medical doctor?
I'm not.
Okay. And you indicated that when you spoke with Fatima at the emergency room, that at some point you had to get a little bit closer to her because you were having a difficult time hearing her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately how close did you get to her?
I think pretty quickly I put the recorded phone off of next to her chin.
Okay. But were you yourself right next to her chin?
No.
Okay. And during when you were interviewing Fatima, did you at any point ask her to take her clothes off so you can do an examination?
I did not.
Okay. And did you actually did you actually conduct a strangulation exam on Fatima that day?
I did not.
And based on your trainings, based on the training that you received at the Lacey Police Department when it comes to strangulation, was it taught that law enforcement should do the strangulation exam, or should that be left to the medical professionals specifically trained to conduct that examination?
It'll be the latter half, the medical professionals.
Okay. And during your interview with Fatima at the emergency room, did she at any point, was she coherent during the whole entire interview?
She was.
Okay. Were there times where she appeared confused at any of the questions that you were asking her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With regards to, I want to ask you a few questions about the service of the temporary protection order. You watched the service of the temporary protection order earlier on direct examination, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall there was a point when Mrs. Ali was asking you if you were with the school?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you testified on cross-examination that well, let me back up for a moment. Were you in your full uniform that day?
I was.
Okay, and are you aware of what school resource officers are?
Yes.
Okay, and what are school resource officers?
What are they?
Yes.
So they're uniform commissioned officer that is assigned to specific schools.
Okay, and are there specific Lacey police officers that are in fact school resource officers?
There are.
Okay, and I believe earlier on direct examination, you mentioned one of them was Officer Beltran, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and besides Officer Beltran, are there other school resource officers that work for the Lacey Police Department but actually are assigned to the schools?
Yes.
And do you know any of their names?
I do.
And who are they?
School Resource Officer Howard, and currently right now School Resource Officer Newcomb.
Okay. And the school resource officers, when they are assigned to a specific school, when they're on shift, are they also what are they typically wearing when they're on shift?
Same uniform.
Okay. When you say same uniform as who?
As patrol officers.
Okay. Would it be the same uniform you were wearing the day when you served the temporary protection order?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point during the contact you had with Mrs. Ali when you were serving the protection order, I believe in the video you had indicated to her that if they come to her residence and they don't leave, then she can call law enforcement. Do you remember talking to her about that?
I do.
Okay, and you indicated that to her. What was that in response to?
Her question.
Okay, and what was she asking you?
She asked, is it appropriate for them to come to my residence?
Okay, and the they that you were talking to her about, who's they?
I would assume Isaiah and his parents.
Sustained.
Okay. When you were talking to Mrs. Ali about they coming to her residence, in what context were you talking to her about that?
Well, it sounded like there was an incident
I'm going to stop you for a moment. What was the purpose of you being at her residence?
to serve the order.
Okay. And then when you were at her residence, was there also someone else that was talking to you as well?
Yes.
Okay, and during that conversation, did it appear to you that there was a separate conversation that was occurring between Mrs. Ali and her daughter?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Recross, Mr. Kading.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You indicated that when you send a report into NCIS and WASC, that's so you can have the parents contacted when their child's found?
No.
That isn't. Okay. So you send in the notification, and then what happens after that? The police know that she's missing, right?
Correct.
And if she's reported missing, then they'll know where she is.
Rephrase that, please.
The police will know where she is as soon as they find out from another agency or themselves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they call the parents at that point so they can come and pick them up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because they're children and they're runaways, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Just briefly. So, if I call and report that my 18-year-old is a runaway, would the procedure be the same?
No.
Because we draw a distinction between someone who's over 18 and under 18, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so because the report involves somebody who is under the age of 18, that's why you entered it into NCIC and WASC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the issue of the school resource officer, so the question was, are you with the school, correct?
Yes.
And you said no.
Correct.
And you didn't identify yourself as a school resource officer, correct?
Correct.
So your communication to my client was that this had nothing to do with the school, correct?
I don't know if I understand that question.
Well, she asked you, are you with the school? You said no, correct?
Correct.
You never told her to stay away from the school, correct?
Correct.
And that this all had to do with Isaiah and his family and to not have contact with them, Isaiah individually, correct?
Correct.
So she asked you, is this about the school? And you said no.
I don't know if I specifically said no.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But she said, are you with the school? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
So the impression that was left, that you communicated to her, was that this was separate from anything to do with the school, correct?
I can't assume what.
Okay. You were serving a court order, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't coming from the school, correct?
Correct.
The petitioner wasn't the principal or the school, correct?
Correct.
This is entirely involving Isaiah Williams and his family, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please. I'm going to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mary Wagner, last name Wagner.
And are you employed, ma'am?
I am.
How so?
I work for Pierce County Planning and Public Works.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes,
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
it is.
Were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
And, well, first of all, where were you coming from? Why were you in that area?
My husband and I were coming back from a late lunch that we had that day. We were driving down the road in front of Timberline High School back to our house, and we saw an altercation on the side of the road.
Okay, and when you say on the side of the road, which side of the road?
On the high school side of the road.
Okay.
There's a public bus stop there, and it was right around the public bus stop.
Okay. And you said you were in your vehicle driving at the time?
Yes.
What kind of truck is that?
It's a Ram 2500 pickup truck with
What
a cab.
color?
It's like a dark gray color. My husband was driving it. I was in the passenger seat.
And who is your husband?
Josh Wagner.
And what did you do when you observed that incident? What was your first action?
Well, as we were driving up, we saw there were several people involved, and we thought that it was possibly a high school altercation. And so we pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school and stopped, and my husband got out and crossed the road.
And where were you at that time?
As soon as he pulled in, I was still in the passenger seat. When he stepped out of the vehicle and crossed the road, I climbed over the console in the middle of the truck and went over to the passenger side.
And what happened next?
Well, my husband kind of disappeared into a group of people, and I got out of the vehicle, and I called 911. And
Well, let me ask you a question. Why did you call 911?
there was quite a bit of screaming that was going on from the situation, and I heard several people say some rather alarming things, and that 911 should be called, so I did.
When you say people, hear people say alarming things, what do you mean by that?
Do you want me to say specifically what I
Yes,
heard?
please.
I did hear, these were mostly teenagers that I heard yelling. There were sentences such as, her eyes are rolling in the back of her head, she can't breathe, someone call 911, let go. Everyone seemed in a panic of, like, everything that everyone said was a very panic-stricken tone.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 3. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what did I hand you?
You handed me an aerial view further away and then one slightly closer up of the bus stop right in front of Timberline High School.
And do you recognize those areas
Yes.
specifically? Okay.
Specifically, yes.
Is this the area that you were just referring to as traveling down on or about October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And take those back from you.
May I retrieve them, Your Honor?
You may.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Ms. Wagner?
And we'll give that a moment. You have, may I approach, Honor?
You may.
You have a pointer here, ma'am. This dot has a cursor. You just have to give it a second. There's a delay, okay?
This one right here?
Yeah, the circle.
Okay.
Just give it a second. It'll pop. Here, see it?
Oh, okay.
Ms. Wagner, can you, well, first of all, what are we looking at here? Let me zoom out just a little bit. And then we'll let that recalibrate itself, so to speak. Okay, what are we looking at here, ma'am?
Well, this is Timberline High School,
Mhm.
and this is Mullen Road. And I'm trying to get it, sorry, where did it go?
It's all the way at the top.
Is it? Oh, okay. This is the bus stop right here. And in the middle of Mullen Road, there's a left-hand turn lane to turn into the school.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit
And just
3.
a moment, the witness was using the cursor to highlight the high school, the bus stop, which is an icon on that exhibit, and the road directly next to the bus stop.
And where you were pointing was about center of the page towards the bottom, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. About towards
Sure.
center
When
of the
we
page?
say center of the page towards the bottom of the
Oh, towards the
photograph.
bottom, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. And do you recognize this area?
I do.
Okay, and what area is this?
Am I, this right here is the bus stop that I mentioned. This is right in front of Timberline High School. Right there, this is the left-hand turn lane that we drove into and then parked. Or put on our hazards, rather.
Okay.
So.
And when you parked,
I'm sorry, and the witness was using the pointer around the center of the exhibit.
thank you, Your Honor. I'll take that back. And so when you parked in that location, you said Josh got out of the car, is that correct?
That's correct.
So what happened next?
Well, Josh got out of the truck and he crossed the road. And I moved over into the driver's seat and dialed 911. And then I was on the phone with 911 and I was telling them that there was an altercation that was taking place and that somebody was hurt. And did you want to know what I saw or what I did?
I'm going to ask you the next
Okay.
question. Okay. And how long do you think you got out of the truck after Josh got out of the truck?
Within a minute or two.
Okay. What do you recall observing initially, whether you were in the vehicle or out of the vehicle? What's the first thing you remember seeing?
In the vehicle from the passenger side before I crossed over into the driver's side, like I said, we both saw what appeared to be a fight. There were several people involved. It looked like there was a young man and then some other teenagers that were kicking, punching somebody that was down on the ground. After Josh got out of the vehicle and I moved over to the driver's side, I was able to see what appeared to be a man on the ground with a young woman that he had subdued somehow. There were teenagers that appeared to be kicking him and punching the man, but again, there was a lot of commotion. So I don't know how many teenagers were doing it, but
Sure.
but that was kind of the setup of the situation.
And
So.
you said that there was a young woman. Where did you see this young woman?
The young woman, she was on the ground.
And on the ground where?
On the ground in front of the man.
And when you say in front of the man, can you describe to me what you mean? Like underneath the man, on top of the man? Were they standing up, sitting down? What does that look like?
They were on the ground, and what it looked like was that the man had, and I couldn't see if it was a young woman yet, because she had hair in her face, and there was dust coming up. But what appeared to be is his arm was around her neck. And her, like I said, her face, she had hair on her face, and then I feel like she was wearing a pair of pants too. So initially, like I said, I couldn't see if it was a young woman or a young man, but I learned quickly thereafter, after she got up, that it was a young girl.
And what is Josh doing during this time?
When Josh crossed the street, he disappeared into the group of people, and then he was pushing people aside to get down to what was the source of all of the conflict.
And do you recall if he pushed? Who did he push aside?
So, there was the man that was holding the young woman, and then there were other teenagers that were hitting the man, and then there were also 2 other women that were trying to get in the way of the teenager who was hitting the man. And then Josh was pushing everyone aside, and he got down to the man who was holding the young woman on the ground. And at that point, that's when yes. So I don't know how much further, sorry, I don't know how much of the story you want, or if there's initial questions that you want me to stop for. Okay.
So as I understand where you're at right now, have you exited the vehicle yet, or are you still in the vehicle? Do you remember?
At this point, I had exited the vehicle, but I was still standing next to the vehicle, and I was on the phone with 911, and I was describing to them what I was seeing.
Okay, and as you're watching this, you've described to other women. Were they adult women, or teens, or kids, or something else?
It appeared to be an older woman, and then a teenage age woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
So both of them were dressed all in black, and both had a headscarf on.
And when you saw them appear, did you see them doing anything to help assist the women on the ground?
No. What it seemed to me is that they were trying to stop the teenagers from hitting the man in that situation. So no, I didn't see them trying to stop I'm afraid of the words to use. Assault. I'm sorry. Can I say that? Is that okay to say?
That's what you saw, though. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually cross the street?
I did.
And what do you recall seeing when you crossed the street?
When I crossed the street, I saw that the young woman who had been held down on the ground, she was being pulled up, and she was stumbling behind the trees. She was stumbling off, just kind of running away. It was what it looked like, but her footing was very bad, and so she was stumbling across in front of me. And then there was the young man who had been punching the older man on the ground, and he was going with her, kind of pulling her off to the side. The 2 women that were dressed in black, they followed her. At that point, Josh had subdued the man on the ground at that point. So Josh was over in the trees. He was over there, and I saw the woman stumble across in front of me. And
I'm going to have you hit pause for a moment. When you say the women stumble across in front of you, and I know that, first of all, do you know any of these individuals?
I don't know any of them personally, no.
Okay.
No.
And so I know that we are using a lot of young man, young woman, the woman. I know that can be difficult, so I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things for me.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, okay? And so when you are talking about the young woman stumbled, which young woman are you referring to?
Do you want me to give them a name?
No.
Or, no. Okay.
I'm sorry, so you can't ask questions.
Oh,
but
okay.
if you can't answer the question that's asked, you can say that, and she will ask it in another way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask, since you don't know any of these people individually, and I don't want you to testify about something that you may have learned later regarding names.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to only use the description of the individuals that you saw at the time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So starting first with the young woman that you described on the ground, where did she go?
She was pulled up and crossed in front of me to my left. So this was happening on the right side of me, and she crossed in front of me to the left side of me. The young man that had been punching the older man on the ground, he went with her and was pulling her. The two women that were initially at the scene that were both dressed in black, both the older woman and the younger woman, they followed the woman who, or the young woman who had been pulled up from the ground.
Okay, I'm going to have you pause.
Okay.
Okay. And did you see how the two women wearing black, or all in black, how were they interacting with the young woman that had just stood up, that had been on the ground?
They seemed to be trying to.
Objection as to speculation as to what they're trying to do as opposed to what they did.
I'm going to sustain as to non-responsive.
So, not assuming or speculating about what they did, what did you observe? What did it appear to you that you observed?
They were running toward the young woman who had just gotten up off the ground, and the young man was trying to prevent them from getting to her.
And what was the young woman doing specifically?
She was stumbling and running in the opposite direction of where she had come from.
Okay, was she running back towards either woman in black?
No, she was running away.
Okay. And so when you got across the street, well, let me back up. How did the young woman seem to you when you saw her? The young woman who had been on the ground, and I believe you described earlier the older man had had his arms around her.
She seemed in.
As to calls for speculation as to her condition.
Overruled.
That means you can answer. How did she seem to you? How did she appear?
She appeared incredibly confused.
And what do you mean by that? What does that look like?
She seemed to not know what her surroundings were. She was like I said, she was in kind of a panic. At one point, there was a slight altercation between the women that were wearing black and the young man who was assisting the young woman who was on the ground. And at that point, I ran. I was in the middle of the street at that point, but I ran across and started screaming at everybody to just stop, because there was still fighting going on. And the young woman she turned around and looked at me, and her eyes were huge. I mean, she had hair in her face. She looked completely disheveled. She looked very confused, absolutely terrified. And she looked at me and then turned the opposite direction and ran towards the high school. So she didn't say any words or anything to me. So.
And initially or earlier in your direct, I believe you used the phrase she was not sure-footed.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
She was stumbling. She could not stay on her feet. She was trying to run, but was falling, tripping over herself.
And how, I'll come back to that question. So you said you called 911 during this, is that correct?
I called 911 before I left the truck, yes.
Okay. And did you stay on with 911 throughout that interaction?
I did.
Okay. What did you do? At some point, did you, what happened to the vehicle? What happened to your truck?
So after the young woman ran off towards the high school, the young man who was with her went that direction as well. And then I went back to the truck, and I pulled the truck into the high school parking lot. I was on the phone with 911, and they had informed me that police were almost there. So I pulled into the parking lot and stayed there until police arrived.
Thank you. And I want to go back to when you described how you observed the older man on the ground with the later, as you know, younger female or younger woman on the ground. You made a gesture earlier in trying to describe that. Can you describe what that gesture was? How was he holding her?
What I saw was her head was right about here.
So Can you describe it with words and
Describe
not?
it with words, yes, absolutely.
So let me just explain something. So
Yes.
we have a court reporter.
Mhm.
So again, I know it's very difficult to talk slower, but our court reporter has to write down everything that is happening.
Okay.
So we have to describe what's happening as if you were reading it from a piece of paper.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So if you can slow down just a little bit more.
Okay.
And then describe what you were seeing.
What I was seeing was a head with with hair in the face in the elbow area of an arm. So the head was in between a bicep and the bicep and the forearm, I suppose. That's the area that I saw the head, her head.
And when you said you observed these, the young male striking the older man, or the adult male, and the other kids engaged, were their strikes effective in releasing the young woman from the adult male?
They were not effective.
Do you recall the older woman dressed all in black saying anything about the girl on the ground?
I did not hear anything that was audible, no.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female that had been on the ground?
She was a petite woman, young girl. I'm almost 5'9", and I was quite a bit taller than her. So she was slender.
And how would you describe the adult male in terms of build and size?
He appeared to be a larger man. The entire time that I saw him, he was either close to being on the ground or on the ground. So I didn't get a full, I didn't get a, side by side.
Sure. And do you recall if the adult male was saying anything at the time?
Not that I was able to hear, no.
Okay. And where did Josh go once if anywhere, once the younger female had been released?
Josh stayed in where he was. He stayed next to the man that was on the ground.
Okay. And did you make contact with law enforcement?
I did after they arrived, yes.
Okay. And did you provide a statement to law enforcement?
I did.
Ms. Wagner, how would you describe the fullness of your statement today in comparison to the statement you gave to law enforcement?
I would say as close as it could be.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you've provided more details today?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, you were able to show me the map so I can pinpoint exactly the location. And the questions that you asked me, when the police asked me to give a statement, they just said, tell us everything that you think is important. And so I wrote that down, and there weren't any other additional questions. So.
Thank you. And I want to show you some still shots.
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think that we'll do that after our afternoon recess. You can just stay where you're at. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room for our afternoon break, which will be about 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Right around 2 in the afternoon, there was a request for a sidebar, I believe by Mr. Kading. This had been questions by Mr. Kading on cross-examination with the officer who testified, and questions related to what had potentially been relayed to the officer by Mr. Ali. There had been a couple of objections, I think 3 total, to questions asked by Mr. Kading. I sustained the objections, and Mr. Kading asked for the sidebar. And he, at sidebar, indicated what he was trying to ask, and that he wasn't asking that there be any specifics related to his questions as to what Mr. Ali was talking to the officer about. Ms. Zoe indicated that the response called for hearsay, because if the witness were allowed to answer the question, it would be confirming what Mr. Ali was saying, and that was hearsay. And then Mr. Kading indicated that he would rephrase. I didn't make a specific ruling because I had already ruled on the objections, and I think Mr. Kading was just seeking clarification at the sidebar, and then questioning went on. Mr. Kading, anything that you would like to add to the sidebar? No, Your Honor. Ms. Zoe, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Leary, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in, and the witness can be recalled to take the stand.
Thank you. May I step out, Richard?
Yes. You may go ahead and come forward to the center again and retake the stand. And you can stand or sit, however you prefer. Yes. Please be seated. And members of the jury, we're going to continue with the direct examination of this witness. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 29 through 33. If you could look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what those are, ma'am?
I do.
What are those?
That is our pickup truck.
In each of those photos?
In each of the, do you want me to flip? Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
In the photos, yes, there is our pickup truck pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school.
Do those appear to be true and, well, are those from October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representations of your vehicle and those events as it appeared to you on that day?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. May I publish, Your Honor?
That's
may.
me.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 29. So starting first with State's Exhibit, actually, I'm going to go backwards. Start with State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 30? What is this a photograph of?
This is our pickup truck.
Okay. And where is that vehicle located?
In just a moment. You can put the pointer down.
So what I'm actually going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, pick the pointer back up for a moment, just move the cursor off the middle of the photograph. Thank you so much. So in State's Exhibit 30, where is your vehicle located?
The vehicle is parked in the left turn lane that would be turning in towards the high school.
Okay. And on State's Exhibit 31, what are we looking at here? What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of our vehicle over on the right-hand side of the picture.
Okay. Is that the same on State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that where your vehicle remained until you moved it into the parking lot as you've described?
It is.
And somewhat redundant, but State's Exhibit 33. Is that the same vehicle?
That is also our vehicle, yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit, actually I want to show you a couple more photos. May I approach, Honor?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 16 would have been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 through 20. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and look up at me when you're done. And Ms. Wagner, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what are those?
These are pictures of our vehicle.
And are those pictures of your vehicle during the events about which you've just been speaking?
Yes,
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representation of those events?
they do.
I'm going to go grab those from you. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
May I publish, Honor?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit 16, Ms. Wagner, zoom in a little bit. I'll take it just a moment. And so, based on what you're observing here, what is happening in this portion of the video, if you can tell?
In this portion of the video, we have
Well, I'm sorry. This is a photograph.
Thank you, of the video still shot. Thank you.
in this picture, we have stopped in the turn lane that turns into the high school in our pickup truck, and it looks like that's my husband getting out. It's a little blurry, so it's hard to see.
Okay. So follow that with State's Exhibit 17. Does that help?
Yes, it does. That is my
Okay.
husband crossing the street.
And your husband, when you say that's your husband crossing the street, can you just identify where he's located in the picture with a description, please?
He is the gentleman that is just over the white line with the sweatshirt and the ball cap on in the street.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 20. And do you see anyone in that photograph that you recognize?
Yes, I am standing outside of the truck, just inside the driver's side door, but standing on the street.
Okay. And is that, as you've described in your testimony, after moving out of the passenger side?
Yes.
Okay. And a few moments ago, you looked at State's Exhibit 29. Do you recall that?
Just now?
In a batch before. Do you recall seeing yourself in another
I do
photograph?
recall seeing myself, yes, in another picture.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 29. Can you identify where you're located in this photograph?
Yes, I am in the upper right-hand corner wearing a red skirt.
And is that where my finger is pointing right here?
That's correct, that's me.
And that's in the upper right-hand area of Exhibit 29.
And Miss Wagner, you looked at those photos, is that correct?
I did.
And are you familiar with those photos being associated with a video?
Yes, I am.
And have you seen that video before?
I have seen that video.
And based on your review of that video, was that a true and accurate representation of those events as they occurred?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 34 previously admitted, Your Honor?
You may.
And Ms. Wagner, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 34. When you see yourself show up on that, can you tell me and I will pause it?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm playing it from the beginning at 2:12:52. And this is the road video.
There I am.
Okay. And so is that your head just peeking out of the driver's side?
It is, yes, after I'd crawled over the console.
Okay. Were you able to watch what was happening then while you were coming from the passenger side to the driver's
I
side?
was able to see,
Can
yes.
you indicate the time you stopped the video, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 2:14:13 p.m. Is that correct? Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And had you started calling 911 yet, or did that happen afterwards? If you know.
I honestly couldn't say. It was between that time and the time that I got out of the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to start it and then play until we see you across the street. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I was on the phone with 911 at that point.
Okay. 2/14/25 is when you noted that.
Yes.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Okay, I've paused the video at 2:15:47. Ms. Wagner, what was happening there when you were coming across the street? Can you explain to the jury what they were seeing?
When I was coming across the street, I had seen the young woman who was on the ground had gotten up and was stumbling through the trees there, and there was a young man who was helping her, and then the two women that I had described earlier that were in black were trying to get towards the young woman, and the young man that was with her was trying to prevent them. So I had ran over because there was still physical altercation happening, and I was screaming at everybody to stop. So.
Okay, thank you. And was the young woman at that time going towards the two women all in black or away from them?
Away from.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Just briefly.
Thank you for being here. So your husband out of the truck, correct?
Yes.
Runs across the street. Yes?
Yes.
All right. And then you climb over into the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point you call 911.
Yes.
And it appeared that from the video that your husband kind of had the situation under control before you had actually come across the street. Is that fair? If you recall.
If I recall, I was uncertain about whether the situation was under control or not.
Okay. Just from what you could see from where you were.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No objection.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay, however you so desire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Josh Wagner. May I step out for treatment?
You may. Forward, please. And will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi,
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
my name is Josh Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes,
How so?
self-employed on my own business.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, it's close to my house.
Okay, is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, just after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you coming from?
Brunch. It was my birthday, so I'd gone out to brunch that morning.
So it kind of what?
It was my birthday. I'd gone out to brunch that morning, so I was heading home.
Okay. Who were you with, if anyone?
Mary Wagner,
And who was Mary?
my wife.
And what kind of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Ram 2500.
And when you were on your way home from brunch, was there any anything significant that occurred that you observed?
Yeah, in front of the school, there was a pack of kids that looked like they were fighting. So pulled into the turn lane to stop the fight.
Okay. And when you say the school, what school you were?
Timberline High School.
Okay. So when I ask questions, I'm just going to ask you to pause for just a second. It's natural for people to talk over each other, but we have a court reporter and she has to write it down. So if you can just pause for a second, okay? So you said Timberline High School, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you saw a pack of kids. Where was that pack of kids? Where was this event occurring?
At the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And what did you do when you observed that incident?
I pulled into the turn lane and exited my vehicle and approached the kids.
Why did you approach the kids? I mean, let me ask this a different way. Have you seen fights before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stop your vehicle in the middle of the road for fights?
If it's a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't stop necessarily. But it was a huge mob of kids, and to me, that's unjust.
Okay. And so as you see that, was this a different scenario?
Yes.
Okay. When you got out of your vehicle and you got closer, did your opinion about what was occurring change?
Absolutely. I realized it was not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions, okay? When you got closer, what did you see?
I seen a grown man choking a young teenage girl.
And you say choking, what does that mean to you?
He was on his back and had the young girl on top of him in a rear naked choke.
That is a pretty specific term. So tell me what you mean by that. Why do you use that term?
That's what I know it is called. He had his arm wrapped around her neck.
How do you know that's what it's called?
I was in the military and we did training, and
What branch of the military?
U.S. Army.
Okay. What'd you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
And you said you did training. Were you associated with any particular unit that gave you that type of training?
I was in the special ops community.
And so when you say you observed him holding her in a rear naked choke, is that a specific hold that you're familiar with based on your training?
Absolutely.
How long were you in the Army?
13 years.
So what did you do when you made that observation about what the adult male was doing to the young female?
I stopped him from choking her.
Okay. Were there any other adults that were present at the time that you observed?
There was a adult woman screaming and crying. I didn't know who it was at the time.
What about any other adult males there besides the one that you've identified on the ground?
Not initially, no. Not that I remember.
Okay. Yeah, Bertrand?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. Mr. Wagner, Estates Exhibits 1 and 4. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please.
And Mr. Wagner, could you pull yourself just a little bit
Yes,
closer
ma'am.
to that microphone and make sure you don't speak directly into it, but closer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And do you recognize what I've handed you in States Exhibits 1 and 4?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Aerial view map of the area of Mullen and Timberline High School.
Okay, do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 1. Mr. Wagner, can you identify, describe on this photograph where you were coming from, which direction you were heading to for the jury, please?
I was on Mullen from top left, traveling towards the bottom right on Mullen.
Okay. And that's almost intersects the bottom left corner of that photograph. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 4. And you described where you stopped your vehicle. Where was that on this photograph?
Right where it says Mullen, in that turn lane, in front of the bus stop symbol.
I'm gonna scale out for just a hair. Okay, so are you talking about this bottom left-hand arrow here?
Yes.
Okay. And where
That's
was
in the bottom left of the exhibit?
Yes.
And where was this event occurring as you recalled it?
Pretty much right where that bus stop symbol is.
Okay. Was it on concrete or was it on dirt? If you remember.
Where it started, I don't remember, but it ended in the dirt.
Okay. So where you ended up was in the dirt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the female that was being choked by the adult, how old did this individual look to you? Are you talking a child, an adult? Where in that range would you assess this female?
Teenage girl.
Okay. Were there, besides the adult female that you described, the adult male, the young female, were there any other people present that you recall?
Yeah, there was a pretty good group of kids trying to stop what was going on. I couldn't tell you how many. I would estimate 5 to 10 roughly.
Was it apparent to you that they were trying to stop what was going on?
Yes.
How would you describe their demeanors in terms of how did they present to you?
They were very frantic and afraid.
Did you observe whether that, well, let me back up. The adult female that you saw, how was she dressed in appearance? If you remember.
She had a head covering on.
Okay. Did you see if she was assisting? You've described yourself as assisting in trying to remove the young female from the older male. Were there any other adult males that were helping you with that?
No, not initially.
Okay. What about later?
There was the bus driver that got out, and he was kind of standing there. I don't think he knew what to do.
Okay.
And by that point, it was already kind of under control.
Okay. And what about that adult female that with the head covering? Was she assisting in any way, helping remove the?
I don't
female
remember that. I wasn't focused on that.
Okay. You don't remember her assisting?
No.
And do you recall a young man that was present at the scene? I mean, apologies. That was poorly worded. Do you recall any of the kids specifically that were there at the scene as if they were helping?
No, I mean.
Okay. Do you remember, in terms of the adult female that was present at the scene, if she was saying anything? You described her as crying. Do you remember if she was saying anything at the time?
She was speaking in. She wasn't speaking English.
Okay. So she was saying something, but not in English.
Yes.
When you saw the young female, how did she appear to you when you saw her?
Her face was changing colors when she was being choked.
What kind of colors? I mean, when you say that, what does that
She
mean?
was going to lose consciousness if it continued.
When you arrived, did you say anything to the adult male that was choking her?
No.
Okay. Was the impact of the kids, was that having any effect on them, on the adult male releasing the female?
No.
How would you describe the adult male's build?
He's a decent sized guy.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
If you are able to, could you please identify where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue blazer or sport jacket, sitting near the window.
Then I just ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Did you speak with him at all during the course of this, if you recall?
No.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female? How did she appear to you? I mean, I know what you described her kind of physical appearance as the events were occurring, but how would you describe her build?
She seemed to be a petite girl.
And did you speak with her at all?
No.
While you were there with Mr. or the male, was he saying or doing anything? Was he speaking to the female in any way that you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you know any of these people?
No.
Okay. And is there any way you could have confused what was occurring with maybe just a hug or a restraint type hold?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say that?
It was due to the young girl's color changing and recognizing what was going on. It was very obvious she was being choked.
And at some point then, was the young female able to get away from the male?
Yes.
And how did that, how or when did that occur?
Once I took control of the situation and removed his arm from around her neck.
Okay, and where did she go, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did you do next?
I just held him there until the police arrived and told the kids to call 911.
And did law enforcement arrive?
Yeah, shortly.
Okay. And did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
You may.
Mr. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibits, plural, 16 through 20 and 30. Will you look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir? Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Security cam footage from the bus showing my vehicle and me exiting my vehicle and the group of kids.
And do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of that scene as it appeared on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just showing you State's Exhibit 16, what is depicted, Mr. Wagner?
That's my vehicle in the turn lane. I think that's Mary standing there.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. Mr. Wagner, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah, that's me.
And is that just after you've exited your vehicle?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 18. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Maybe partially behind the guy with the safety vest on, but I mean, I would have to really look in that.
So let me ask you this. On the right-hand side of the photograph, there appears to be a person in a camouflage hat.
That'd be me.
Okay, so you're the camouflage hat throughout these photographs?
Yep.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene and made contact with the adult male at the time, was he conscious and actively engaged?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have nothing additional for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagner, fair to say that you came upon this scene sometime after it had started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fair to say you don't really have any idea how long that was?
No.
Okay. And I guess I was confused about your description. When you first came up, you said that the young girl was on top
Yes.
of the man? Okay. And so was he on his back?
Yes.
And it was you that made him let go?
Yes.
All right. And after he let go, did he move anymore?
He tried to get up. That's it.
Okay. How long after the young woman got up did he try to get up?
I don't remember the exact time. It was shortly afterwards.
Mr. Kading, can I have you just get a little bit closer to that microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Okay. And so, when he tried to get up, did you stop him?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point roll him onto his side?
Yes.
Why?
To keep him there until the police arrived.
All right. And when the police arrived, did you immediately let him go?
Once the police arrived, they took control of the situation.
Okay. But you walked him up to the police car, right?
I helped the police, yes.
Okay. Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. And the bus driver was there. Can you describe him?
No, I don't really recall what he looked like other than the high-vis vest.
Okay. So you know it was him wearing that?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Larry?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
So, have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did the prosecutor show it to you, or did you see it somewhere else?
It was a public records request.
Okay. So did you file a public records request? Yes. Okay. And so you got the video. Did you get police reports or just the video?
Just the video.
Okay. And when was that?
Months ago. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. How many times do you think you've watched the video?
A few times. I mean, couldn't give you a number.
Okay. All right. So, from the looks of it, you were able to kind of get control of Mr. Ali relatively quickly. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So you kind of, we've seen the still shots of you getting out of the truck, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And then running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you kind of make your way through the crowd, and then you pointed out, or you recognized your hat, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then go down kind of hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything in between you and Mr. Ali in terms of your ability to get to him?
Just the kids, the group of kids that was around.
Okay, and they were mostly standing around?
Yes.
All right, so you kind of work your way through, and then when you go to the ground, you're able to kind of get hands-on Mr. Ali almost immediately.
Yes.
And you're able to free the young woman from his grasp, correct?
Yes.
And that's almost immediately?
It was pretty quick.
All right. And you described an older woman wearing a headscarf, correct?
Yes.
And you said older in the sense that there was a younger woman with a headscarf and then an adult woman. Fair?
I didn't say anything about a young woman with a headscarf.
Okay. Okay. So how many women did you see there with a headscarf?
One that I recall right now.
Okay. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I appreciate you correcting me. So you saw a woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so how would you characterize her age?
Roughly my age or older.
Okay, and you are how old?
I'll be 43 this year.
Okay, so an adult woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
All right. And so, and you described her as kind of upset and crying.
Yes.
And where was she in proximity to you?
15, 20 feet maybe.
Okay. Did she get in your way at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you see her getting in the way of anyone trying to kind of address the situation?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I wasn't focused on that.
All right. And so basically, if I'm correct, you get out of the truck, you get over there, work your way through the kids, and you are able to kind of put this to rest almost immediately.
Pretty quick.
And then you're able to hold down Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And other than him attempting to get up once, was he actively fighting you?
No.
Okay. Right. And so you're just kind of waiting there, counting the seconds till the police come.
Yes.
And then they take over, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Wagner, when you assisted law enforcement, do you remember how many law enforcement were present? Were there multiple officers that came up to you or one officer?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the time that the older man was down on the ground, it was essentially you and that one officer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that one officer didn't ask you to step back, disengage, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And when you say pretty quick, you got the older man in control pretty quick, was that because he suddenly decided to cooperate with you?
I don't know if that's why. It was just, adrenaline was going pretty quick and it happened very fast.
So when he, let me ask this a different way. When the young female was released, what did that look like from the older man? Did he just suddenly hands up, push her away, I'm done with her, or something else?
He tried to get up and I didn't allow him to get up.
Okay, so to be clear, she was released because of your engagement with him, not because of a voluntary choice by
Yes.
him.
He released because of me getting involved.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay or go.
Beltran is present. You're on.
All right, so if you would come forward, please, through the middle. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please come forward and be seated. I'm gonna need you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Justin Beltran, Beltran.
Are you employed, sir?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed by the City of Lacey with the Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Lacey?
9 years.
Can you briefly describe some of your training and experience in law enforcement, please, sir?
Yes. Successfully completed the basic law enforcement academy at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission in Burien, Washington, and have had my peace officer certification since July of 2016. There, received training in criminal law, criminal procedures, police tactics, firearms, defensive tactics, evidence gathering, as well as many other topics. Prior to joining the Lacey Police Department, I was employed by the Washington State Department of Corrections as a community corrections officer in King County. I also graduated from the Basic Community Corrections Officers Academy in November of 2015. As a community corrections officer, I was responsible for supervising community members that were on active probation and parole. I also received my Bachelor of Arts degree from Central Washington in Law and Justice in 2012.
Okay. And what are your current duties as a patrol or as an officer? What do you do for Lacey PD?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the investigative unit as a school resource officer. I'm one of three.
I'm going to ask you just to come back a tiny bit from the microphone. It's a really sensitive microphone. If you're super close, it gets garbled. If you're too far back, it doesn't pick you up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm one of three school resource officers that work with the North Thurston Public School District. Typically throughout the school year, I work with school administration, students and their families to find solutions to, difficult situations. And then I'm also responsible for being on site at the various schools, assisting in school-related events and working with community partners to keep our students safe on and off campus.
And when you are working as a school resource officer, how are you dressed? How do you show up for that job?
The usual black jumpsuit, my duty belt, and my external carrier. I look very similar to the other officers that are working patrol or responding to your 911 calls. And I do have a marked police vehicle.
Is that uniform slightly different than what you're wearing today?
It is.
Okay, what are you wearing today?
We would consider these our Class A's or our formal wool uniform.
Okay, so it doesn't have, is it fair to say it doesn't have your gear and equipment attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I did.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
And about what time did you arrive, if you know?
About 26 hours.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived?
I observed people everywhere. So Timberline has about 1,500 students that go there, and school had just gotten out at 1,400 hours. So you have students that self-transport there, so they drive their own cars. You have a good amount of students that are leaving with school district provided transportation, as well as a group of students that take public transit or intercity transit. Timberline High School is located just north of Mullen Road, which is also a very, very busy roadway. And then directly across from Timberline High School is Lakes Elementary. And that school was due to get out at about 1440 hours. So you had students, their guardians on standby in the parking lot directly across the street waiting to pick up their kids. And then in addition to seeing people everywhere, I noticed some of my Lacey Police partners talking to various groups within the student parking lot and along Mullen Road.
And you may have said this and I missed it. Is that the school that you're an SRO for, or are you an SRO for a different school?
Timberline is not my primary high school, but I do cover additional schools on Fridays, just with the varying schedules of the 3 SROs that are employed by our agency.
And what is your primary high school?
River Ridge High School.
Whose primary school is Timberline as an SRO?
Officer Howard, Alicia Howard.
And was this a Friday?
It was.
Okay. So had you been there during the school day and were coming back, or had you not been there that day? You said, and I asked that because you said you would kind of cover down for folks on Fridays, right?
Correct.
So what was happening on this Friday?
So I try to spend majority of my time at my high schools. I don't exactly recall what was going on, but when the call came out, I was responding from River Ridge High School.
Okay. So you said you arrived and you saw lots of people, lots of cars based on the time of day it was, and you saw some of your law enforcement folks there too. Do you remember who was there?
Yes, so I initially made contact with Corporal Pruneda, who's now been promoted to sergeant, Officer Hang, Officer Dawes, Officer Bell, and Officer Chavez, who was on field training with Officer Bell.
Okay, so Chavez was on field training with Officer Bell?
Correct.
Does that mean they would have ridden together?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
I made initial contact with Corporal Pruneda just to kind of inquire what was going on. And then Officer Hang, I also made contact with him, and I inquired if anybody had made their way into the school to locate Fatima. And I was advised nobody had made their way into the school yet.
Okay, so did you go into the school from there?
I did.
Okay. Is that something that when you are making contact with other officers, there's somebody specifically handing out tasks, you go, or is that, as you've kind of described, you make contact and you collectively kind of figure out where the holes are and the gaps are that need to be filled?
Correct. Find where the holes are at, knowing that I was maybe 4th or 5th on scene. I tried to find work, so to speak, and knowing that I'm familiar with the building, familiar with school administration, I elected to go and track down Fatima.
And where did you go?
I made my way into the main office at about 14:30 hours, and I was advised that...
Okay, I'm going to have you pause. Thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay. So where do you enter the school?
So if you head north through the student parking lot, it's like a double doors to get into the main office that leads into the cafeteria, and then to the right is the main office entrance.
Mayor Bertrand?
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what I've handed you, sir?
I do.
What are those?
It's the student parking lot of Timberline High School.
Okay. And do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you, okay? Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you...
And admitted.
Excuse me, unadmitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here?
Yeah, so the street that's labeled Mullen Road, it goes east and west. And then that little area is the student parking lot just north of that Mullen Road designator, right over there. And
May I
then,
approach, Your Honor? I apologize for
Yes.
interrupting. You have a pointer,
oh,
so that's okay. You have the dot here.
okay.
It will click on that. You have to hold on. There's a delay when it starts.
Okay.
And officer, if you also can, as you use the pointer, describe what portion of the exhibit that you are highlighting. So for example, center of the photograph, right center, right lower. All right?
Will do. So this entire section, sorry, it's a little finicky. This area right here is the student parking lot.
Okay. And you're talking about just about center of that photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Center of the photograph. And then near where the dot or the indicator, the red indicator, also in the center of the photograph is about where the main entrance and the office is.
Okay, so on State's Exhibit 1, when you look at that photograph, you said right about where the red dot is, which is just to the right of center. Is that where the administration offices are?
Correct.
Okay, and are the main doors to the building right there as well?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that out. Well, actually, I'm gonna hit pause. When you said you went in to make contact, where did you enter?
So I initially pulled in with my patrol vehicle here. I made contact with Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang, and then
This is highlighting the area near the bus stop, which is the lower middle portion of the exhibit.
My apologies. And then I proceeded to move my patrol car through the driveway and parked my car about center of the photograph right here.
Okay. Where are the entrances and exits to Timberline High School, if you know? You
There-
described that main entrance. Are there any other entrances or exits?
Yes, there is. Well, as far as main entry exit points, this would be the front of the school, but there is additional entry exit points further west of the school, near the bus drop off, which is this area I'm pointing at too, which is also middle of the photograph as well. This is the bus loop. And then there's an additional entry exit point that's almost near like the auditorium.
Okay, so there's a couple of them.
Correct.
And that last spot that was highlighted was just below the middle of the photograph, below the middle.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take that back from you. All right. Actually, this we keep that. When you entered, were you able to just walk right in? Meaning were the doors unlocked and open to the public?
At that point, they had just lifted lockdown protocols, but I do have a special key fob to bypass locked doors that was issued to me by the school district.
Do you get notified if school goes into lockdown?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that? Did you call it a key fob?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that key fob?
Yes. And it can be used all across the school district. So it's not just Timberline High School, but at any of the other schools within our city limits.
Okay. So you went there, you had the capacity, you didn't have to end up using it. Is that correct?
I believe I still fobbed in.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yes.
And where did you go when you entered?
I entered the school and then made my way to the main office to inquire where Fatima was at.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was in the main office, if you remember?
There were several counselors. There was Principal Dean. There was the Dean of Students. I don't recall her name. But several people pointed me back to an office with where the nurse was present with Fatima.
Did you know any of the counselors' names?
I believe one of the Dean of Students might be Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay.
Principal Dean. I'm not sure about the others.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So you made contact with the adults that were in the main office, and they sent you back to where?
So I walked through the main office. I believe it was the nurse's office. I walked back there and entered the room.
And who was back in the nurse's office?
The nurse at the time was Fatima, Isaiah, and Principal Dean. And there might have been one or two others, but I was only in there for maybe 10 seconds or so. I was in there very, very briefly.
Okay. And then where did you go after that initial, about 10 seconds is the nurse's office? What happened next?
Yeah, so I inquired if Fatima needed medical, and I was advised yes, so I exited the room and called for medical or fire to respond to evaluate Fatima.
And did they in fact arrive and conduct a medical evaluation?
They did.
For who?
Fatima.
How did Fatima appear to you when you made contact with her?
Upon initial contact, she was seated. She was quiet in the corner, but then again, I was only in there for, just a few seconds to inquire about medical, and then I remained out of that room until fire completed their evaluation.
Where did you go while fire was doing their evaluation?
I remained outside in the main office, going back and forth to see if we can track down video surveillance, to talk to my partners, to just kind of figure out where we're at in this investigation.
Do you know how long it took medical to see her? How long did it take fire to see her?
I believe they conducted their evaluation within like 11-minute span.
Were they already on the scene of the school when you arrived, or were you still waiting for them to arrive when you got there?
I was waiting for them to arrive.
So that 11 minutes that you're referring to, is that 11 minutes from the time they arrived? That's how long it took them to actually evaluate her, or is that how long you had to wait for them to arrive on scene?
I believe it took them about, let me think about this 1 second.
That's okay.
They completed their evaluation by 1450 hours. So by the time I arrived and requested for medical, that was about 1431 hours. I don't know exactly when they showed up, but they had completed their evaluation by 1450 hours.
Okay. And did you take a statement from Fatima at that time?
After being advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital, I conducted a preliminary statement from her, or obtained a preliminary statement from her.
Were there any, let me back up. Did you make contact with anyone by the name of Isaiah Williams at that time?
I did.
And were you able to take a statement from him regarding those events?
At a later time.
Okay. And were his parents on scene at that time?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that the statement was taken, were his parents on scene?
They were.
Okay. Prior to that, were his parents on scene?
They were not.
Okay. Do you know about what time you took that statement from Isaiah?
About 15-45 hours.
And regarding Isaiah, were you able to observe whether he had any kind of markings or apparent external injuries on his person?
I did.
And what did you observe?
He had a bump on above his left eyebrow or near his left temple. There was some redness and swelling. He also had small abrasion on his left cheek and some scratches on his left shoulder.
Did you take any photographs of those injuries that you identified?
I did.
And when and where did you take those photos?
After I conducted the audio and video recorded statement with the permission of his parents, I also took those photographs within that conference room, the same location where he was interviewed.
What was his demeanor when you observed him?
Overwhelmed, very emotional. As far as him providing me with information about his involvement.
And I don't want you to repeat anything he says. Okay.
I won't. He seemed to almost be kind of jumping around, like he didn't know how to gather his thoughts initially. So it seemed like a lot of what he was going through was a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Annie.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go ahead and recess for the day before the next series of questions for this witness. I truly thank you for your time and attention today. We anticipate starting back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you about not discussing this case with anyone, not doing any independent research, not becoming exposed to any outside information from any source. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the morning. Thank you so much. And you may step down. We'll see you in the morning. Please be seated. Ms. Stone, as it relates to your expectation on the presentation of evidence tomorrow?